Chosen one. Stop for a moment. The world is still spinning, yet heaven has pressed pause tonight. The noise fades. The weight of the day lifts, and an unseen hush descends because something sacred is about to move on your behalf. This isn't coincidence. It's divine choreography. Heaven has been watching the storms you've survived. And tonight, the commander of hosts whispers a single decree: protect this one. Ines, you've walked through nights that seemed endless. The world called it bad luck, but heaven called it training. Every wound became a doorway. Every delay became divine alignment. The silence that haunted you wasn't rejection, it was strategy. God wasn't ignoring you. He was preparing angels to surround you. You feel it, don't you? The strange stillness in your chest. The sense that something holy is leaning close. Heaven's army is drawing near, and the ground beneath your feet hums with unseen footsteps. Tonight, God assigns protection not as a temporary rescue, but as a permanent covenant. Once there was a man named Daniel, thrown into a den of lions for his faith. The world expected his end, but heaven had other plans. The mouths that meant to devour him were sealed by unseen hands. You, too, have been thrown among lions, people who misjudged you, circumstances that threatened to consume you, but angels are closing their mouths even now. There's a story of another chosen one, a young man standing on the edge of despair. He had lost everything he thought he needed: friends, stability, peace. That night, he whispered into the dark, "God, I'm tired." And heaven replied in the silence, "You're not finished, you're fortified." By morning, doors opened. He didn't even knock on. Protection isn't always visible. It's often the trouble that doesn't touch you. It is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 91, verse 11, "For he will command his angels concerning you, to guard you in all your ways." That is your promise tonight. Heaven has issued a command, a military order in the spirit realm, and angels obey instantly. You don't have to beg for safety. It's already been spoken. Close your eyes for a moment. Picture a fortress built of light walls that breathe, gates that shimmer. That's what surrounds you right now. Your fear cannot pass its threshold. Your past cannot climb its walls. You've mistaken exhaustion for weakness, but God calls it endurance. You're not breaking, you're being reforged, like gold in fire. Every trial has stripped away the unnecessary until only strength remains. Heaven doesn't guard the careless, it guards the called. And you, chosen one, are undeniably called. There's a wind moving tonight, gentle, almost imperceptible. It carries whispers of old prayers, the ones you thought heaven forgot. They weren't ignored, they were stored. And tonight, the jars of remembrance are opening. What you prayed in tears will return, clothed in fire. The enemy thought he cornered you, but in truth, he only drove you deeper into destiny. God uses even opposition as architecture. Your setbacks have become scaffolds for your elevation. The pit you fell into was a launch pad in disguise. You might not see the angels yet, but the evidence of their work will show in peace that cannot be explained, protection that cannot be denied, and favor that cannot be stolen. You will walk through what destroyed others and come out untouched because you are guarded by decree, not by chance. And when doubt whispers, remember this: Angels don't move because you shout, they move because you trust. Your quiet faith shakes the atmosphere more than your loudest cry. If tonight your spirit feels the shift, acknowledge it. Don't scroll past this moment. Type 777 inches, the comments, as a prophetic act of agreement, a signal in the digital realm that your faith stands firm. Then, if this message finds your heart, like this word so others can hear what you've heard. Share it, not as content, but as confirmation. Subscribe if you sense that your journey has only begun, that this isn't the end of your story, but the start of divine protection, unfolding chapter by chapter. Heaven is watching how you respond. Every act of faith tonight, even a simple word typed in belief, becomes an echo that releases angels to move. So, stand still. Breathe deeply. The night isn't empty, it's occupied. The air around you glows with unseen guardians. God has spoken your name, and that name is now aflame. No darkness can extinguish. You are covered. You are guarded. You are chosen. And heaven has paused for you. You wonder if anyone else feels this trembling peace, this quiet fire humming beneath your skin. That's how heaven's protection often begins. Not with thunder, but with awareness. When you realize you survived things that should have broken you, you begin to see the fingerprints of angels on your past. What you called coincidence was coordination from above. There are assignments released tonight. Angels, not of wrath, but of rescue. Standing in doorways you haven't reached yet. Some carry healing, others strategy. They will whisper direction in the stillness. Don't dismiss sudden clarity as random thought. Discernment often sounds like your own voice, because heaven speaks fluently in the language of your spirit. You might wake in the night and feel warmth on your chest, like light resting there. That's not imagination. It's a reminder that you are known in the unseen. Heaven is confirming its guardianship over your life. No threat will cross that line. No weapon will mature into harm. Let this be your turning point, the night you stop fearing what could go wrong and start expecting what will go right. Fear is a thief of focus, but faith restores sight. Lift your head, the covering is already in motion. Now, seal this moment. Whisper, "I trust you." Then let peace do the talking. The night belongs to God, and so do you. You wake to the soft breath of dawn, but something within you knows that last night changed everything. The air feels different, lighter, as though heaven exhaled relief. When God moves in the night, the morning carries residue from his presence. You sense it in how peace lingers, how fear hesitates to speak your name. There's a sacred truth most overlook. Divine protection doesn't end when you open your eyes. It extends into daylight, shaping every step, hiding unseen details. What God began while you slept continues now, orchestrating encounters, turning detours into direction. The angels assigned to you don't vanish with the sunrise. They walk beside you, silent but present, steady as breath. You may not see them, yet you will recognize their work. The call that comes at the perfect time, the door that opens without striving, the sudden awareness to turn left instead of right. Each is a signature of divine guardianship. Heaven's protection is not a bubble around you. It's a current that moves through the chaos, redirecting what was meant for harm into the flow of purpose. Think of Joseph, sold by his brothers, carried to Egypt in chains. The world saw slavery, heaven saw strategy. Every injustice became an ingredient in God's redemptive plan. It was divine protection disguised as rejection. That's how heaven works. It hides blessings inside what looks like loss. The same is true for you, those who left you, the opportunities that slipped away. The doors that closed each was part of a pattern. Heaven removes what could destroy you, even when you beg to keep it. Sometimes protection comes wrapped in disappointment. There's a story of a woman who once prayed for safety on a journey. A delay at home made her miss the bus she planned to take. Frustrated, she complained all morning until she learned the bus had crashed. Her frustration turned to tears of gratitude. She realized then, divine protection isn't always what happens, it's what doesn't. So often, you demand explanation, forgetting that some miracles speak only in silence. Heaven doesn't justify, it preserves. The proof of protection is not in what you see, but in what you survive. You are walking through hours that feel ordinary but are deeply orchestrated. The meeting you almost missed. The stranger who smiled at the right moment. The instinct that kept you from a wrong choice. Every detail carries the fingerprints of grace. Heaven's order operates beneath your awareness, turning randomness into rhythm. Even nature reflects it. The eagle, high above storms, doesn't flap wildly to escape the wind. It spreads its wings, and the very force meant to destroy becomes its lift. God designed you the same way. What comes against you is destined to elevate you if you trust the current. Protection is not absence of trouble, it's mastery over it. There's a chosen one whose story mirrors yours, a man who once faced ridicule for believing he was marked by God. Every time he tried to rise, opposition met him. But one night, after hearing that angels guard those who walk in obedience, he stopped fighting and started listening. The next day, peace replaced panic. He learned that when heaven fights for you, your only task is alignment. That's what God is teaching you now. Alignment, not striving, not control alignment. When you move in sync with heaven's rhythm, the same chaos that threatened to break you becomes the sound that guides you. The Word of God declares in the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verses 5 and 6, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge Him, and He will make your paths straight." This is the blueprint for sustained protection. Trust redirects your focus from what you cannot fix to who never fails. It is the surrender that invites order into confusion. The shield over your life grows stronger when you choose stillness over anxiety, prayer over panic, faith over reasoning. Heaven responds to faith the way fire responds to oxygen. It expands. Maybe this morning feels uncertain. You have questions without answers, steps without maps. But remember, the same God who guarded your sleep now guards your steps. His presence is not a feeling, it's a fact. You are encircled by design. You may not hear the wings of angels, but you will hear the echo of their work in peace that defies logic. Their assignment isn't temporary, it's ongoing, until your purpose is fulfilled. Every breath you take within obedience is covered by covenant. Even as you read this, heaven continues to move, realigning timelines, silencing threats, planting favor in the soil of your day. You are not lucky, you are kept. So, walk forward, not as one hoping for safety, but as one carrying it. When you enter a room, the atmosphere changes because heaven entered with you. When you speak, light bends around your words because truth travels through your voice. You have become a vessel of divine guardianship. There's nothing fragile about you anymore. What once terrified you now teaches you. The fear that chased you last season will never find you again. For you no longer walk unguarded. You are escorted by presence, marked by light, and sealed for purpose. Even if storms rise again, and they will remember the lesson of last night, heaven doesn't panic. The same calm that steadied you then will sustain you now. Angels do not retreat, they reposition. Protection isn't seasonal, it's structural. It becomes part of who you are. You are the living echo of God's promise, proof that unseen mercy still moves through time and matter. The night prepared you, the morning reveals you. The protection that began in darkness now shines as daylight around your every step. You sense momentum building inside your spirit. What began last night as stillness has now turned into motion, an invisible current pulling you towards something greater. The atmosphere around your life is shifting, and though nothing seems different to the eye, your spirit knows. Protection has turned into propulsion. Heaven never guards what it does not intend to grow. When God surrounds you, it's because you're carrying something precious, an assignment, a promesa, a seed. The greater the seed, the heavier the warfare. But protection is not only about defense, it is also about preservation of destiny. God isn't just keeping you safe, He's keeping you ready. You might recall a moment when everything collapsed at once. Friendships faded, doors shut, silence grew heavy. You called it a breakdown, but it was a divine isolation chamber. In that silence, heaven was reprogramming your heart. The shield around you wasn't blocking opportunity, it was filtering interference. What looked like rejection was actually refinement. There's a hidden process between promise and fulfillment. Heaven tests the foundation before it builds the fortress. God has been proving your endurance, shaping your discernment, and testing your ability to recognize divine timing. You thought you were waiting for Him. He was waiting for you to see differently. Think of Moses, standing before the burning bush. He had been a fugitive for 40 years, a man whose mistakes defined his silence. Yet in a single moment, fire spoke his name. That's what divine encounters do. They restore what time tried to erase. The same fire that called Moses is now igniting your awareness. You were never abandoned. You were being prepared to lead where others lost direction. The one chosen always endures a private fire before carrying public flame. You are in that moment now, where obedience becomes the bridge between confusion and clarity. Don't rush the process. What God is building in secret will soon require strength you didn't know you had. The ancient words recorded in Romans, chapter 8, verse 31, still echo today. If God is for us, who can be against us? Those words are not poetry, they're a decree. They are the sound of heaven's confidence poured into your bones. When you walk with that awareness, fear becomes irrelevant. Every shadow that once intimidated you loses authority in the light of divine backing. A chosen one once told his story to me, a man who faced betrayal so deep it silenced him for years. He stopped dreaming, stopped believing, convinced his destiny had expired. But one evening, he whispered a broken prayer, "Lord, I don't know who I am anymore." Heaven answered not with thunder, but with renewal. Within weeks, opportunities he never pursued began to find him. He learned that divine protection doesn't only preserve life, it resurrects identity. You may not have realized it, but the same renewal is happening in you. God is rebuilding your confidence not on pride, but on purpose. He is clearing the fog so you can finally see the horizon again. Look back briefly, only to notice how far grace has carried you. You've survived heartbreak that could have hardened you, loneliness that could have silenced you, rejection that could have broken you. Yet here you stand, breathing evidence of God's persistence. Every scar has become a signature of survival, and heaven calls it beautiful. Even the ground you walk on is changing. You're stepping into places where peace follows your footprints. That's what happens when angels walk with you. Environments respond. Rooms you enter begin to align. Hearts that meet yours begin to soften. You are not just protected, you are contagious with heaven's order. The time of hiding is ending. The same shield that preserved you will now propel you. The oil that was concealed in your pain is ready to flow. What once felt like a closed door will soon become a stage, and the silence that hurt you will turn into the sound of testimony. And when that moment arrives, remember this: humility will keep you in the same covering that elevation provides. Never let recognition make you forget who rescued you in the night. Protection is not a reward, it's a relationship. Now, pause here. If this word strikes something deep within you, don't rush past it. Write these words as your declaration in the comments. I raise again, and type it as an act of agreement. Every time a chosen one declares truth, heaven amplifies it. Those 3 words are more than a statement. They're a signal to the unseen that you are ready to walk forward without fear. Each keystroke becomes faith in motion, aligning you with the protection already promised. So breathe, steady your heart, and know this: the same God who shielded you in darkness now sends you forth in strength. You are not just surviving, you are ascending. You may not see the crown yet, but heaven already sees it resting on your head. Every season of pain was polishing it, every tear adding brilliance. What you lost didn't vanish, it was exchanged for wisdom, patience, and discernment. When you say, "I rise again," you're not just repeating a phrase, you are proclaiming the unveiling of who you've always been beneath the weight of survival. To rise again means to forgive what once defined you. It means you no longer view your scars as evidence of failure, but as proof of endurance. Rising again isn't about proving others wrong, it's about proving that God never left. Each breath you take now is a sermon of resilience preached without words. Heaven responds to such faith instantly. The moment you declare it, alignment begins. Doors you didn't know existed start to unlock, and paths you once feared to walk become illuminated. You move from defense to dominion, from waiting to walking. So stand tall, chosen one. Tonight's protection was never the end game, it was preparation for your rise. And as you move forward, the same angels who guarded you will now go before you, clearing the path for glory to unfold. You begin to notice how quiet confidence feels. It's not the kind that shouts, it's the kind that walks softly because it knows heaven walks beside it. The rush to prove yourself has faded, replaced by a calm awareness that your steps are guided. Protection has settled into rhythm like breathing, effortless yet essential. The world around you moves in chaos, but you've learned something precious. Peace is not the absence of battle, it's the presence of understanding. You finally see how every season of struggle carried a lesson hidden inside it. God didn't waste a single moment of your pain. Each hardship taught you how to recognize His movement, how to stand when storms rise, how to listen when silence seems endless. You are beginning to live as one who knows that divine protection isn't only a shield, it's also a strategy. It places you where you need to be, when you need to be there. Nothing is random for a chosen one who walks in alignment. There's a story of a young man who once fled his homeland in fear. Jacob, weary and alone, slept under the open sky with a stone as his pillow. But that night, heaven opened. A ladder stretched between worlds, and angels ascended and descended upon it. Jacob woke in awe and said, "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I did not know it." That is where you stand now, in a season where what once felt like wilderness becomes holy ground. The same God who met Jacob in exile meets you in uncertainty, where you feel alone. There is laddered light connecting your prayers to heaven's response. You are not out of place, you are in process. The wilderness is not punishment, it's preparation for the promise. There's a subtle transformation happening within you. You used to pray for rescue, now you pray for revelation. You used to beg for open doors, now you ask for discernment to walk through the right ones. This shift marks maturity. Heaven always increases protection when the heart grows wise. When God trusts you with peace, He's showing that your faith can now handle responsibility. Protection isn't meant to make you fragile, it's meant to make you fearless. You've been carried through enough nights to know that no darkness lasts forever. The same dawn that found you once will find you again every time. Sometimes, you'll notice protection through disruption. What feels like loss might be divine redirection. You thought the opportunity that slipped away was failure, but heaven saw danger ahead and gently closed the door. Divine protection is not always comfort. Sometimes it's correction. That's why gratitude is the mark of the mature chosen one. You thank God even when the outcome confuses you, because you trust His character more than your logic. Gratitude turns confusion into confidence. When you say, "I don't understand, but I still trust you," heaven expands its covering over your life. The same protection that shields your body also guards your spirit from bitterness. That's why forgiveness matters so deeply. Anger punctures the armor of peace. Mercy restores it. When you release resentment, you invite the presence of God to dwell closer. Heaven can't move freely through a hardened heart. There's beauty in knowing that protection can be quiet. It doesn't always come with visible miracles. Sometimes it's just strength to get through another day. Sometimes it's the friend who calls at the right moment, the sudden sense of calm before bad news, or the inexplicable hope that refuses to die. Each is a form of divine defense, according to what is revealed in the book of Hosea, chapter 14, verse 9. "The ways of the Lord are right, the righteous walk in them, but the rebellious stumble in them." This is more than wisdom, it's direction. The path you walk is not random, it's drawn by the hand of righteousness. When you stay aligned with that path, you remain in the flow of protection. Every step away from rebellion is a step into safety. Your story continues to unfold like a tapestry, threads of pain, strands of grace, woven by divine precision. You can't always see the full pattern, but when you glance back, you'll notice how every twist became symmetry. Heaven never wastes thread. Protection also reshapes your vision. You no longer see life as survival. You see it as stewardship. You are not merely protected for your own sake. You are preserved for purpose. The peace you carry is meant to overflow into others. People who cross your path will sense stability and not understand why. It's because you've become a sanctuary in motion, in keyword ways. Heaven is teaching you how to lead without shouting, how to heal without explaining, how to walk through fire without smelling of smoke. You've become fluent in faith's language, calm conviction, steady obedience, patient trust. This is the maturity of a chosen one. You don't need proof anymore. You have presence. You don't need applause. You have alignment. What you once begged for, you now embody. Look around today with new eyes. What once looked like ordinary moments are now divine intersections. The person you meet, the silence you feel, the idea that crosses your mind, they are all part of the protection plan unfolding in real time. Heaven doesn't just defend you, it directs you. And when night comes again, don't fear it. The same God who protected you last night will protect you again. Not because you earned it, but because He delights in keeping His promises. You are covered. Still, you are watched. Still, you are chosen always. The morning air carries a softness that feels like mercy. You wake not just to a new day, but to new awareness. The protection that wrapped you last night now moves like quiet rhythm beneath your thoughts. Nothing feels rushed, nothing forced. You begin to understand God's presence is not a distant storm. It is a gentle river that never stops flowing. In that river, you learn to rest. Rest isn't laziness, it's trust in motion. When you float on the current of divine peace, you realize you were never meant to fight every wave. Some battles are won by surrendering to the flow. Heaven's protection works the same way. It doesn't shout. It simply carries you through unseen depths. There once was a woman who lived near the sea. Every night, she worried about the tide that rose against her home. But one morning, as she walked the shore, she noticed something. The same waves that once frightened her were also shaping the land, smoothing the rough stones, carving beauty from chaos. That's when she understood God's protection is like the tide. It may roar at times, but it always leaves the shore better than before. So it is with you. What once felt threatening has been working quietly in your favor. Every push, every pull, every high and low, it was grace reshaping your life. Heaven doesn't only defend, it refines. And while you've been waiting for safety, God has been crafting strength. You carry that strength differently now. It's not about being invincible, it's about being unshaken. There's a calm that surrounds those who know they're covered. A peace that can't be imitated. You've walked through darkness and found that it couldn't swallow you. That's the kind of testimony that doesn't need to be shouted. It simply shines. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of John, chapter 16, verse 33, "In this world you will have trouble, but take heart, I have overcome the world." Those words don't deny trouble, they redefine it. You're not promised a life without storms, you're promised victory that survives them. The one who overcame the world walks beside you still, ensuring that nothing touches you without passing through his hands first. There's a quiet beauty in that kind of assurance. It doesn't make you proud, it makes you grateful. Gratitude turns survival into song. You begin to notice blessings in small things, the warmth of light through a window, the laughter that returns after a long silence, the way peace visits you unexpectedly like a familiar friend. These are not coincidences, they are confirmations. Maybe, as you read this, you can feel a soft stirring, a reminder that you are part of something larger, something sacred. And it's in that awareness that you feel the desire to keep this light moving. You don't share because you must. You share because love asks to be multiplied. You don't connect because you're pressured. You do it because hearts like yours were never meant to walk alone. If this message feels like a drop of calm in your own river, let it ripple onward. Tap like as one gentle wave of gratitude. Let it move further by sharing this light. So, another wandering soul may catch the reflection. And if you've found peace here, subscribe the way a traveler plants a tree by the riverbank, not to claim the soil, but to leave shade for whoever comes after. Think of it like tending a garden, each like, each share. Each small act of engagement is a seed, tiny but alive. And as we plant them together, the garden expands. Somewhere, someone will walk through it and find shade. Maybe peace, maybe strength for their own journey. That's how heaven works, through simple gestures that ripple into eternity. You are not being asked to follow rules, you are being invited into rhythm. This rhythm isn't forced, it's the natural hum of hearts aligned with heaven. The community that forms from words like these isn't built by numbers, it's built by unity. Every voice that joins becomes part of a choir that speaks hope over the world. So breathe this in. You are part of something sacred, something alive. The protection around you isn't just for survival, it's for influence. The peace you've found tonight is meant to travel beyond you. That's how divine covering multiplies. It moves through connection, through compassion, through every small act of faith. And as you close your eyes tonight, imagine that river again, the one that carries you. See it winding through valleys, glistening under starlight. Calm, yet strong, you are in that flow, guarded by grace, guided by purpose, and gently moved toward destiny. Let peace settle deep into you. Let gratitude speak softly. And when your heart feels full, let it overflow. That's all heaven ever asks, that what you receive in love, you pass forward in kindness. The rest will take care of itself. You are part of a living current now. Every act of faith, no matter how quiet, adds a new ripple to eternity's river. When heaven looks down, it sees not isolated souls, but streams merging into one great tide of light. That's what you've become, a flow of divine motion. The angels who once guarded your sleep now follow your steps into daylight. Their wings are invisible, but their work is unmistakable. You walk through ordinary moments, carrying extraordinary presence, and everything you touch begins to heal. So, as you rest tonight, remember this simple truth. You are both the traveler and the river. You are carried and called. What God began in you, He will complete through you. The tide is still moving, and grace is still guiding. You are safe within its rhythm. The sun has set again, and the air feels thick with remembrance. You've made it through another day. But this night carries a different tone, not of exhaustion, but of awareness. The rhythm of heaven hasn't slowed, it's only become quieter, more intimate. Divine protection. Once something you looked for outside of yourself, now begins to live within you. You've walked through enough proof to know God's presence doesn't always thunder. Sometimes it whispers through peace. Sometimes it hides inside patience. You've learned to see His fingerprints in interruptions, His mercy in moments that made no sense at all. The storms you once begged Him to stop were actually classrooms where your spirit learned the language of strength. Now, as night descends, you feel it again, that gentle hum, like a heartbeat in the silence. The angels who guarded you last night have not left. They are simply repositioned, standing at new gates you didn't know existed. Heaven is always strategic. It protects not just where you stand, but where you're about to go. There was once a young man, a chosen one, who feared every sunset. The dark reminded him of what he'd lost. But one evening, after years of hiding in the shadows of his own memory, he whispered, "God, if you still see me, send a sign." That night, he dreamed of standing in a valley, lit only by candlelight. The candles multiplied until the whole valley glowed, and he realized what he thought was loneliness was actually training in faith. The next morning, his fear of the night was gone. You, too, are learning that darkness isn't the absence of protection, it's often the proof of it. The Word of God reminds us in the book of Psalms, chapter 121, verses 7 and 8. The Lord will keep you from all harm. He will watch over your life. The Lord will watch over your coming and going, both now and forevermore. These words are not just comfort. They are commitment. Heaven's watch is unbroken. Its gaze, unblinking. When you rise, He sees. When you sleep, He guards. His protection isn't a temporary promise, it's an eternal posture. Sometimes divine protection doesn't mean you're untouched by trouble. It means trouble can't unmake you, like a tree bending in wind. Your roots go deeper with every storm. You've faced winds fierce enough to topple giants. Yet somehow, you're still standing. That's no accident. That's design. Every no you heard from heaven was a shield disguised as silence. Every delay was a wall built between you and danger you couldn't see. And now, as this new night unfolds, you are walking under a stronger covering than before. The spiritual atmosphere around you hums with alignment. You may not see the angels, but they are moving swift, silent, sure. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast field, moonlight glimmering on dew. You feel alone until you notice faint movements among the shadows, the flicker of wings, the shimmer of unseen forms. You realize you were never unguarded. That's how it is in the spirit realm right now. The field of your life is surrounded by presence. Heaven has built walls of light around your thoughts, around your peace, around your future. Nothing enters without permission. You might feel pressure, but not destruction. You might feel stretching, but not breaking. Even the fire that tests you is holy. It refines but never consumes. There's a maturity forming in you now. You no longer ask, "Why me?" but instead, "What are you building through me?" That shift changes everything. God trusts the ones who see purpose inside the process. You are being fortified from the inside out. Your heart is learning rhythm again, not the frantic beat of fear, but the steady cadence of faith. It's the sound that keeps angels near, the frequency that aligns heaven and earth around you. And while you walk through this season, remember, your obedience is building a legacy of protection for generations after you. What God places over you, He will extend through you. Your peace will become their safety. Your prayers will become their shelter. There's an image that often appears in the spirit, a lamp burning through the night, placed high on a hill. That lamp is you. The oil that fuels it is your trust. Each time you choose faith over fear, your flame grows stronger. The darkness may surround you, but it can never extinguish what heaven lit. So tonight, take a moment to breathe and look back, not in regret, but in recognition. See how every night before this one was building toward this peace. You have been carried by a covenant older than time, watched by eyes that never close. The same hands that shaped the stars are holding you still. Let these words settle deeply. You are safe. Even in your stretching, you are guarded. Even in your growth, divine protection is not fragile, it's eternal. And now, as a prophetic act of faith, let your declaration rise into the atmosphere, not for ritual, not for superstition, but as a way of saying, I see the order of heaven in my story. And type the number 444 inches, the comments. This number is not random, it is the pattern of divine structure. 4 corners of the earth, 4 winds that carry blessing, 4 gospels that carry truth. When it repeats, it speaks of stability, angelic alignment, and heaven's architecture standing firm around your life. It is heaven's way of whispering, you are not drifting, you are being built. When you type 444, you're not calling for luck, you're agreeing with design. You're declaring that every direction of your life, north, south, east, and west, is held steady under divine supervision. You are saying, my foundation stands. Let that act be your amen in this moment, quiet, sincere, and powerful. Heaven moves through agreement. And tonight, your agreement is your shield. Sleep in peace. Wake in strength. The walls around you hold firm. Night has its own kind of language. You are beginning to understand it, the way silence speaks, the way shadows breathe, the way stillness hums with invisible motion. You used to fear quiet hours, but now you sense purpose in them. When the world sleeps, heaven works. Every pause carries presence. Tonight is not just another night, it is continuation. The protection God has placed over you has grown roots, stretching deeper into your spirit. It is no longer just a shield, it's becoming a way of being. Divine covering has become your atmosphere, invisible but constant, like air that surrounds the flame, yet never smothers it. You've seen enough to know now. Protection is not an event, it's a lifestyle of awareness. When your thoughts, words, and steps remain aligned with truth, you walk in a rhythm that darkness cannot imitate. The enemy can observe, but not interfere. You are learning the holy art of spiritual composure, moving through chaos without losing center. There was a man named Joshua who stood at the edge of promise with fear tightening around his chest. The task before him was larger than his history, and the people behind him looked for leadership he didn't feel ready to give. But then came the voice of God, firm and fatherly, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, for I am with you wherever you go." That single sentence built a wall around Joshua's heart, stronger than any fortress could. The same voice speaks to you now. You don't need to force bravery. It flows naturally from awareness of who walks beside you. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the decision to move forward despite it. Every time you take a step in faith, Heaven shifts ground to support you. Your journey has moved beyond survival. You're walking now as a carrier of peace. People around you may not have language for it, but they feel it, the stability in your voice, the serenity in your eyes. That's what happens when divine protection matures. It turns from shield into presence. You become a walking atmosphere of safety for others. Some will misunderstand your calm. They'll assume you don't care. But in truth, you've learned to cast your care before it consumes you. You've discovered the difference between control and surrender. The more you release, the lighter you become. Heaven moves freely through hands that no longer cling. According to the writings of the prophet Nahum, chapter 1, verse 7, the Lord is good, a refuge in times of trouble. He cares for those who trust in him. These words hold quiet power. They remind you that divine protection is not detached, it is personal. God does not guard you as a distant observer. He shelters you as a parent who refuses to look away. His care is not a wall built of stone. It is an embrace made of light. Sometimes, you'll sense that care in unexpected places, a conversation that softens you, a memory that heals rather than hurts, a delay that keeps you from rushing into harm. The more you notice, the more grateful you become. Gratitude sharpens discernment. It helps you recognize heaven's fingerprints in the mundane. You once prayed for big miracles. Now you recognize that small mercies are often greater. The traffic jam that kept you from an accident, the cancelled meeting that spared you exhaustion, the sudden peace that replaced panic, each is a subtle form of protection. Heaven prefers quiet interventions to dramatic rescues. Protection also shapes patience. You're learning that hurry is the enemy of harmony. Heaven doesn't race. It orchestrates. While you wait, God weaves. While you rest, He rearranges what once resisted you. The pieces of your life are not scattered, they're aligning. The old version of you would have panicked here, worried about progress, compared yourself to others, doubted your timing. But you're not the old version anymore. You've learned that maturity is measured not by movement, but by peace in stillness. Even when nothing changes outwardly, you know something eternal is shifting inside. If you listen closely tonight, you might hear it, the quiet hum of destiny, like strings being tuned before a song begins. Heaven never performs in chaos. It perfects the instruments first. You are being tuned for greater sound. Every trial has refined your tone. Every silence has deepened your resonance. There's a beauty in becoming unhurried. When you stop chasing what isn't yours, what belongs to you begins to find you. That's divine symmetry, your steps and God's timing, meeting in the middle. This is not the finish line, it's the alignment point. Your eyes are clearer now. You no longer stare at the darkness, you search for the light within it. That's the secret of the chosen. You've learned to see differently. Where others see endings, you see beginnings. Where others sense absence, you sense instruction. And though the journey continues, you no longer feel fragile. You've passed through fire and found that faith doesn't burn, it glows. The same flames that once terrified, you now illuminate your path. You've become a testimony of endurance, a living altar to unseen grace. When dawn comes, you'll carry this peace into the day again. You'll walk through noise, but stay untangled. Speak truth, but stay gentle. Move forward, but never frantic. That's the fruit of divine protection. Balance in motion. So tonight, Let every breath remind you that you are sustained. Let the quiet around you become conversation. The God who guards you is not far. He is near enough to whisper. And when you sleep, let your final thought be simple: I am held. For indeed you are not by chance, but by covenant. Heaven has made your safety its sacred responsibility. The morning returns, but this one feels different. The light doesn't burst through the window, it seeps in quietly, as if respecting the peace that has settled over your spirit. You rise not to chase the day, but to walk with it. The frantic pulse that once ruled your mornings has been replaced by rhythm steady, unforced, alive. Divine protection hasn't only surrounded you, it's begun to teach you. You now understand that safety isn't the goal, it's the environment where revelation grows. God shields you not to isolate you, but to cultivate you. Every day wrapped in peace is also an invitation to listen deeper, to see beyond surface things. There's a moment each morning, before words fill your mind, when heaven speaks softly. It's not an instruction shouted from clouds, it's a breath of clarity rising from within. If you learn to pause in that moment, you'll discover that protection and purpose are intertwined. The same hand that guards you also guides you. You once thought being chosen meant being busy, always proving, always producing. But now you see that being chosen often means being quiet enough to notice divine timing. Some of heaven's greatest movements happen in stillness. The seed doesn't grow when it's restless, it grows when it's buried and still. There's a story about a craftsman who carved wooden flutes. He would walk into the forest and listen to the wind before choosing a branch. People asked why he listened first, and he replied, I must choose the wood that already carries a song. That's what God has done with you. The protection around your life isn't random. It's because you carry a song that heaven wants to preserve. The battles you've survived were meant to keep that melody from being stolen. You are that flute now, shaped by storms, hollowed by loss, smoothed by grace. And when the wind of the Spirit passes through you, music emerges. That music is your life, a sound that only you can release. We are reminded through the writings of David in the book of Psalms, chapter 32, verse 7. You are my hiding place. You will protect me from trouble and surround me with songs of deliverance. Oh, read that again. Songs of deliverance. Heaven doesn't just shield you, it sings around you. Each time you've escaped what should have destroyed you, that escape became part of heaven's melody. You may not hear it, but your soul does. The harmony of grace is woven through your story. Think back to the times you felt like you couldn't breathe. Those moments when hope was faint, when you whispered prayers you didn't believe would reach anywhere. You survived those nights, not by your own strength, but because heaven surrounded you with invisible music. That's why some days you suddenly feel peace with no reason. It's not random, it's the echo of those same songs. You walk differently now. There's grace in your movements, gentleness in your tone. The same person who once trembled at uncertainty now becomes a calm for others. People won't always know why they feel safe around you, they just will. That's what happens when you've been hidden in God's presence. His peace lingers on you like fragrance. Still, the path ahead isn't without challenge. Protection doesn't mean passivity. Heaven guards you, yes, but it also expects partnership. Faith is not waiting for rescue, it's walking with awareness that you're never unguarded. Every decision, every response, every step you take either honors or resists that covering. You are being refined to walk with wisdom. It's not enough to be brave. You're being called to be balanced. You've learned that zeal without discernment leads to exhaustion, and patience without purpose leads to stagnation. Heaven teaches balance through tension, the gentle pull between movement and rest, speaking and silence. There's an old parable about a lantern that burned unevenly. Its flame flickered, sometimes dim, sometimes fierce. The keeper finally discovered the cause. The wick had been trimmed unevenly. Once he corrected it, the flame steadied, and the light grew warmer. So it is with your soul. Heaven trims away what burns too quickly so that your light lasts longer. Every loss has been a trim, every disappointment a correction. You're not being punished, you're being balanced. You've been asking God for greater influence, and He's been preparing your wick. He will not place you where your flame cannot endure. That is why the protection over you sometimes feels like restriction. But protection without purpose is mere limitation, and heaven's boundaries always hold hidden design. The walls you feel around you are not cages, they're scaffolds, holding shape until the structure is complete. You will soon notice new opportunities emerging, not from chaos, but from calm. That's how heaven opens doors quietly, without applause. When your heart is ready to recognize them, you won't have to chase. What belongs to you will come gently, drawn to the peace you now carry. Take a deep breath and remember, what surrounds you is not glass, it's grace. You're not trapped, you're treasured. You are being held in the workshop of heaven, still drying under the touch of the potter's hand. The pressure you feel is artistry, not punishment. The day will come when God unveils what He's been forming in secret, and when others marvel at your resilience, you'll smile quietly, knowing that it wasn't your strength, it was His shield, His song, His shaping. So as night begins to fall again, let gratitude rise softly in your chest. You no longer need proof of protection, you've lived it. The shield has become part of your identity. You walk within light now, seen or unseen, awake or asleep. You are still the chosen one, still protected, still unfinished, but beautifully becoming everything heaven imagined when it wrote your name in fire. The rhythm of your journey continues, and something sacred is shifting again. It's no longer about being protected, it's about walking in awareness of the one who protects you. The more you notice His movement, the stronger your confidence becomes. Not prideful, but peaceful. Not loud, but luminous. You have become the calm in the storm. There's a moment in every chosen life when fear tries to return, not to destroy, but to test what has been built. Tonight might be such a moment. The air feels still, but beneath that stillness lies tension. Heaven allows it not as punishment, but as proof. You don't strengthen wings by staying on the ground. You strengthen them by flying against resistance. You remember the days when small threats shook your faith. You would panic at uncertainty, question promises, and wonder if God remembered you. But now, those same winds that once frightened you have become the air that lifts you. You don't run from pressure anymore, you rise through it. Divine protection has matured you. You no longer cry over closed doors, because you've learned that every locked place simply redirects your steps toward a better one. Heaven's no is never the end. It's a compass towards something higher. A chosen one once told her story, a young artist who prayed for opportunities, Yet every door seemed sealed. For years, she wondered if she was forgotten. But one night, after releasing her frustration to God, she felt a deep peace. The next morning, she started creating again, not to impress, but to worship. Within weeks, her work began to touch lives. She realized then that heaven hadn't denied her. It had protected her from premature exposure. The same principle applies to you. Some doors close, not to confine you, but to complete you. The Word of God declares in the first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 10, verse 13, God is faithful. He will not let you be tempted beyond what you can bear. But when you are tempted, He will also provide a way out so that you can endure it. That is not just about temptation, it's about timing. God knows your threshold. He knows exactly when to apply pressure and when to send peace. His protection includes your limits. What overwhelms others will not overtake you, because heaven calculates your load before the battle begins. This truth should settle deep inside you. It means every storm has already been measured. Every challenge arrives with an unseen way out built into it. Divine protection doesn't remove difficulty, it inserts grace within it. You've learned to look for that grace. It hides in small gestures, in words that come at the right moment, in strength you didn't know you had. Each time you endure, heaven expands your territory. You are no longer surviving by accident, you are advancing by assignment. There's a calm authority that comes with being covered. You speak differently now, not with panic, but with perspective. You say less, but your words carry weight because they're born from peace. People will notice it. They may not understand it, but they will feel it, the stillness of someone who knows they are guarded. Think of a lighthouse during a storm. It doesn't chase the waves, it simply stands, shining. That's what you've become, a steady light that reminds others the shore still exists. Your stability is now a ministry. You don't preach safety, you embody it. When the enemy studies you, he sees what you've become and knows he can't win through fear anymore. You've learned the sacred art of standing. That's what divine protection looks like when it matures. It becomes posture, not panits. Even your silence has power now. You don't rush to defend yourself or prove your worth. You know heaven does that better. Every time you choose stillness over reaction, you build another layer of armor. Peace is the loudest weapon heaven ever forged. So when darkness whispers again, when uncertainty tries to stir anxiety in your chest, pause. Remember the pattern. First comes pressure, then comes proof, and finally comes peace. You've seen this cycle before, and every time it ends with victory. Protection has never been passive, it's been prophetic. God's covering always anticipates what you cannot yet see. He goes ahead, sealing your future before you arrive there. That's why you can rest tonight without fear. You are walking through a story already secured. You stand now in the kind of confidence that doesn't need permission. Heaven has verified your path, and the earth will eventually follow. Every delay is a rehearsal for revelation. Every silence is the tuning of destiny's strings. Now, let this truth settle into your heart. You are not merely surviving, you are soaring under supervision. Every move you make is tracked by grace. And if, while reading this, you feel that quiet stirring again, the confirmation that heaven is real, close and active, respond in faith, not as a ritual, but as recognition Write in the comments, "I stand firm." It's a declaration of awareness, not arrogance. You're not declaring dominance over storms. You're agreeing that your foundation is steady. It's a simple act, but it marks your alignment. Heaven always moves when faith speaks. So tonight, stand firm in peace. Stand firm in gratitude. Stand firm in trust. You've passed through shadows to become a lighthouse in a trembling world. You are held, steady, and seen. You might wonder why such a small phrase matters. It matters because every declaration plants something in the unseen. When you type, "I stand firm," you are not performing, you are participating. Heaven responds to faith, spoken aloud. The words become anchors, and anchors hold even when waves rise. Standing firm doesn't mean you won't feel the wind. It means you've chosen to stay rooted when others run. It means peace has replaced panic, and awareness has replaced fear. That's what spiritual maturity looks like, motion without losing balance. Let this be your quiet covenant tonight. Unshaken, unafraid, unwavering. You stand because grace sustains you. The morning opens softly, like a page turned by invisible hands. You rise into quiet sunlight, aware that something deeper has taken root. The fear that once clung to you no longer fits. The anxiety that once defined your thoughts no longer finds room to breathe. It isn't that life suddenly became perfect. It's that your spirit learned how to live beneath a greater rhythm. Protection has changed you. It used to be something you begged for. Now it's something you walk in. You don't strain for peace anymore. You recognize it, like a familiar melody that has followed you for years. Heaven's covering has become part of your heartbeat, pulsing through every thought, every step, every breath. When you look back, you see it clearly. How every disappointment was redirection. How every closed door was mercy in disguise. The map you once thought was torn was simply being redrawn. You are living proof that divine order hides beneath what looks like chaos. There's an image that rises in your mind, a potter at work. The clay rests on the wheel, spinning under steady hands. At first, the turning feels endless, dizzying, but then form appears. The same motion that once confused the clay begins to define it. That's what your life feels like now. The spinning never stopped, but you've learned to trust the hands that shape you. You were not built to live afraid of change. You were built to be molded by it. Heaven's protection isn't static, it moves with you. Like water finding its level, always adapting, always guarding the parts still soft. You are learning the difference between control and cooperation. Control tries to command the river. Cooperation learns to move with its current. When you surrender to the flow of God's timing, you discover that the current never meant to drown you. It meant to carry you. Scripture says in the book of Isaiah, chapter 43, verse 2, "When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and when you pass through the rivers, they will not sweep over you." That verse no longer feels distant. It feels like your story. You've passed through many waters, some deep, some dark, and yet, here you stand, breathing proof that you were never alone. The same waves that tried to bury you became the very proof of God's nearness. There's a man who once said, "Faith is like a lantern in fog. It doesn't show you the whole path. It just gives you enough light to keep walking." That's how heaven guides you now. The fog may remain, but the light never leaves. Protection isn't about seeing every step, it's about trusting every step that's lit. You can feel gratitude growing in your chest like a quiet fire. Gratitude doesn't ask for explanations, it simply burns brighter in acknowledgement. Every heartbeat becomes a thank you. Every breath becomes worship. And maybe, somewhere deep inside, you feel the desire to keep this flame moving, to make sure others who walk in shadow find their own light. Not because you have to, but because love always multiplies itself. If these words stir something gentle inside you, if you feel seen, comforted, or understood, let that gratitude take form. Tap like, not out of obligation, but as a silent nod to heaven's work in your life. Each tap is a ripple saying, I remember what he's done. Let's share this message the way one traveler passes water to another, because you never know who's thirsty for hope tonight. It's not a transaction, it's compassion in motion. And if this space feels like a small corner of peace in a noisy world, you can subscribe, not as a duty, but as a choice to stay near the flow of words that remind you, you are not alone in this journey. You see, every like is a flicker of light. Every share, a spark that travels farther than you can imagine. Together, they become lanterns strung across the night, guiding someone home. That's how heaven multiplies through the willing, not the forced. Think of it this way. A single candle may seem small, but when carried with care, it can light the path for many. And when thousands carry their candles, the darkness loses its power to intimidate. Your gesture, your one small flame matters. You've been the one searching for light before. You remember what it felt like to scroll through noise, hoping to stumble upon something that made your spirit sigh with relief. Now you've become that sigh for someone else. That's how grace moves quietly, person to person, heart to heart. The river you're in doesn't end here. It widens, deepens, becomes ocean. Protection turns into purpose. Purpose turns into peace. You no longer move from fear of drowning. You move with trust that every wave carries wisdom. The angels assigned to your life walk the edges of your days, unseen but ever present, like wind brushing through tall grass. You may not always feel them, but you will notice the evidence, the peace that lingers, the sudden clarity, the near miss that turns into miracle. That is divine coordination in motion. There's beauty in knowing you're part of something larger, a choreography of mercy, a symphony of safety. Heaven's rhythm doesn't rush, and neither should you. You are not behind. You are right on time. So, as the day draws to a close, let this thought settle deep in your spirit. Peace isn't the absence of storms, it's the presence of trust within them. The same God who guarded you last night will guide you tomorrow. The current is steady, the hands are sure, the shaping continues. And as you rest, imagine the potter's wheel turning, the river flowing, the lantern glowing through the fog. You are all of these crafted, carried, and called. Peace is not what you seek anymore, it's who you've become. The air tonight feels calm, yet alive, like the quiet moment before a symphony begins. You sense that something unseen is moving again. Not outside you, this time, but within. Heaven's protection has stopped being a concept you recite and has become a presence that breathes through your every movement. You no longer just believe you are covered, you live as one who knows it. You've learned that divine protection is not a fence meant to keep you from the world. It's a field that allows you to walk safely within it. You were never meant to hide from life. You were meant to walk through it with awareness, eyes open, heart steady, steps ordered. There's a shift that happens when you stop asking, "Will I be safe?" and start declaring, "I am safe." Even here, that declaration turns fear into faith. The ground beneath your feet no longer feels unpredictable. It feels chosen. You begin to recognize that where you stand, heaven stands with you. The chosen ones of every generation learn this lesson differently. Some through fire, others through silence. For you, it's been a mixture of both. The fires taught you endurance, the silences taught you discernment. Together, they made you wise. You now know that protection doesn't mean immunity from pain, it means intimacy with purpose. Think of an old ship sailing through heavy seas. The water slaps hard against its sides. The wind tears at its sails. From the shore, it looks fragile, but the sailors know its secret. The ballast beneath, hidden deep inside the hull, lies the weight that steadies the ship. Without that weight, it would capsize. That's what faith has become for you, the unseen weight that keeps you upright in every storm. There was a time when you resented the heaviness in your soul, the responsibilities, the memories, the unanswered questions. But now you see that heaven gave you ballast, not burden. The depth in you is what keeps you from drifting. You remember those long seasons of uncertainty when days blurred, prayers felt unanswered, and your strength seemed to leak away like sand through fingers. Yet, even then, something invisible kept you standing. That something is now clear. It was the promise. Protection has always been wrapped in promise. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 29, verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Meng. This verse is not cliché, it's covenant. The word plans means structure, blueprint, divine architecture. You are not walking through randomness, you are walking through design. God's protection is the scaffolding that holds your destiny while it's still under construction. When walls rise slowly, the scaffolding stays. When the structure stands tall and strong, the scaffolding is removed, not because protection ended, but because purpose is fulfilled. Heaven doesn't overbuild. It builds exactly enough. That's where you are now, between scaffolding and structure, between hiddenness and unveiling. It's an in-between season, one that demands both patience and trust. And yet, even here, you are covered. You can feel it in subtle ways. The urge to panic has softened. The need to prove yourself has faded. Even the wounds that once screamed for attention have become quiet, almost healed. You are finally resting in the awareness that what surrounds you is greater than what opposes you. Every chosen one reaches this sacred middle ground, the space where faith becomes familiarity. You stop questioning if God is near and begin to act as though He always is. This is not arrogance, it's alignment. Heaven never left you, just learn to notice its presence more clearly. Protection has changed your posture. You walk slower, speak softer, think deeper. There's a gentleness about you now, not weakness, but wisdom. You no longer fight every noise or chase every answer. You wait. And somehow, waiting no longer feels like wasting. Even your battles are different. The enemy no longer attacks from outside. He tries to whisper inside. But you've learned that not every thought deserves a conversation. Silence has become your shield. You don't respond to lies with panic, you respond with peace. You are learning the art of spiritual stillness. Stillness doesn't mean doing nothing, it means doing only what matters. Heaven always honors still hearts, because still hearts hear clearly. Picture yourself sitting by a lake at dawn. The surface is glass, undisturbed. You can see your reflection perfectly, but when you throw a stone, the ripples distort it. That's what worry does, it distorts what's already clear. When you rest, truth becomes visible again. Heaven is showing you that maturity doesn't look like noise or movement. It looks like trust that breathes easily. The more you trust, the more peace multiplies, and that peace itself becomes your protection. There's a depth to you now, one that cannot be taught by comfort. Only contrast could have created it, the collision of chaos and grace. The fire made you bright, the silence made you whole. You are becoming a living sanctuary, one that carries stillness wherever you go. And soon, others will find refuge in your calm, not because you speak loudly, but because you live gently. Heaven's protection flows through you like fragrance. People will feel safe in your presence without knowing why. That is how divine light works. It protects by radiance. When night falls again, you'll notice you don't dread it anymore. The dark no longer feels threatening, it feels familiar. You've walked through it enough to know that dawn always follows. Fear has lost its vocabulary. So tonight, rest with gratitude. Not because the journey is easy, but because you've learned that every moment, even the heavy ones, is held in hands that never drop what they love. You are that beloved creation, watched, guarded, refined, and chosen still. Heaven has built a fortress around your spirit, and its foundation is unshakable. You can sleep, breathe, dream, and wake, knowing that divine protection is not something that visits, it's something that abides. The night has deepened again, and you sense it, something sacred stirring beneath the surface. It's quieter now, but not empty. Heaven doesn't always announce its movements with thunder. Sometimes it shifts reality with a whisper. You've entered a new level of awareness, where the unseen feels more tangible than what your eyes can touch. Divine protection has become rhythm now. You no longer wonder if it's there. You walk in it instinctively, like breathing. It's the stillness that meets you when anxiety tries to return. It's the clarity that appears when confusion knocks. It's the subtle redirection that saves you from decisions that would have drained your peace. You begin to notice patterns, how heaven always interrupts at the right time. The message you stumble upon, the delay that annoys you, but later makes sense. The sudden inner voice saying, "Wait." You've learned not to dismiss those moments. They are not coincidence, they are conversation. There's a story of a shepherd who always slept near his flock. Each night, he would build a circle of stones and rest in its center. To outsiders, the stones seemed unnecessary after all. No wolves had come for weeks, but the shepherd knew the value of silent preparation. The stones weren't fear, they were foresight. That's what divine protection is. God building stone circles around your life before danger ever approaches. You've been inside that circle longer than you realized. When people questioned your isolation, heaven called it insulation. The separation wasn't rejection, it was refinement. While you waited, something holy was happening in secret. Your heart was being trained to trust. Your discernment sharpened. Your peace matured. Now you stand in that same circle. But something's different. It's not only a place of safety anymore, it's a place of sending. Heaven doesn't protect forever to hide. It protects to prepare. You are about to be placed where your voice, your wisdom, and your presence become shelter for others. You might feel the tension of transition. It's natural. The same wings that once covered you will soon carry you. But do not fear the liftoff. Every chosen one must eventually turn protection into purpose. According to what is written in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." This is more than a promise, it's divine momentum. What began as survival is evolving into assignment. You've been kept not just to be safe, but to be sent. Heaven guards what it plans to use. That truth should fill you with both peace and humility. Peace, because you know you cannot fail when you walk in purpose. Humility, because you realize it was never your strength that kept you standing. Grace did. You can almost feel it, a soft readiness under your skin, like the still air before dawn breaks. Heaven's timing is ripening around you. The things you once chased are now approaching on their own, drawn by your obedience. Divine protection has made you magnetic to destiny. Every step forward will now be guided by precision. You won't need to push doors open. You'll only need to recognize which ones are already unlocked. The difference between striving and flowing will become clear. What belongs to you won't resist you. It will recognize you. You are walking into a chapter where your presence itself will shift atmospheres, not by volume, but by vibration. The same peace that sustained you will now stabilize others. People won't always know why they trust you, but they will. It's because you carry the resonance of safety. Heaven's frequency hums quietly through your life now. But as you prepare for what's next, Heaven invites one more act of awareness, a simple declaration that aligns you with what's unfolding tonight. Type the number 555 inches, the comments. This number carries sacred symbolism, triple grace, divine transition, and spiritual acceleration. It marks the movement from protection into purpose, from waiting into walking. When you write it, you're not chasing miracles, you're agreeing with motion. You're saying, "I am ready to move with heaven's rhythm." The number 5 inches scripture represents grace, the unearned, unstoppable favor that bridges human effort and divine outcome. Repeating it 3 times is heaven's way of amplifying its meaning, grace upon grace upon grace. It's the echo of God saying, "I'm not just covering you, I'm carrying you forward." When you type 555, you are not just leaving a comment, you're activating alignment. You are marking this moment as transition. Heaven doesn't need the number, you do. It helps your spirit anchor what your mind can't yet explain. Imagine this moment as standing on a bridge at dawn. Behind you lies the night filled with lessons, tears, and victories. Before you stretches new light, golden and waiting. The bridge itself is grace. Typing that number is your step across it. Every chosen soul must have a bridge moment, the instant they stop rehearsing the pain of the past and start rehearsing the promises of the future. This is yours. Heaven will meet your declaration with direction. You will begin to notice doors open in subtle ways. Connections form naturally. Peace replace pressure. Your journey won't be free of challenges, but it will be marked by divine rhythm. Every obstacle will now become a training ground for authority. You'll no longer react to attacks with panic, you'll respond with perspective. That's the fruit of divine protection. It turns panic into poise. So, as this night unfolds, breathe deeply. You have nothing left to prove and everything left to fulfill. You are not behind. You are being positioned. The heavens know your name. The angels know their assignments. And grace knows no delay. Protection brought you here. Purpose takes you forward. The circle that once enclosed you now becomes a compass pointing outward. The same walls that once kept danger out now become gates opening toward destiny. And in the quiet of this sacred hour, remember, the work that began in you is not fragile. It's eternal, sustained by a God who never starts what he won't finish. You are being carried, not hurried, not lost, carried. You wake before the sun again, and the room feels softer, lighter, like something invisible has been gently rearranged while you slept. There is a stillness in the air, not empty, but alive. It is the kind of quiet that follows after a prayer has been answered in silence. Heaven has done its work overnight, and now your spirit begins to sense it. You've entered a new rhythm, one where divine protection is no longer only about survival, it's about sensitivity. You're learning to notice the subtle movements of grace, the way peace enters a room before understanding does, the way strength arrives, one heartbeat before surrender. Every small mercy has become a message. The days of panic are over. You used to pray for rescue. Now you pray for revelation. What changed? You did. The heart that once questioned everything has become a sanctuary for trust. The storms haven't vanished, but they no longer define you. You've learned how to sleep in the boat while the waves still roar. That is maturity, peace in motion. There was a woman in Scripture who learned that lesson well. Her name was Esther. For years, her life seemed ordinary, invisible. But when danger came against her people, she realized her hiding had been preparation. The same crown that once felt too heavy became the symbol of divine protection over a nation. Her courage didn't appear suddenly, it had been forming in silence. Just as yours has. You may not wear a crown of gold, but heaven has placed something heavier on you, purpose. And purpose always attracts protection. Wherever there is assignment, there is covering. You were not preserved this long just to survive. You were preserved because your obedience will protect others. You begin to understand now why certain people couldn't stay in your life. Not everyone can walk within the same covering. When heaven guards a specific destiny, it sometimes narrows the circle. The isolation that once broke your heart was actually insulation. It kept your oil pure. You see the pattern now: separation before elevation, silence before sound, pruning before growth. Heaven never builds without first clearing the ground. The absence you once feared was simply space being made for something sacred, as revealed in the book of Hebrews, chapter 13, verse 6. The Lord is my helper. I will not be afraid. What can mere mortals do to me? These words are simple, yet sovereign. They are not defiance, they are confidence, rooted in divine awareness. When you know who stands beside you, the question of who stands against you becomes irrelevant. Fear loses its argument when faith remembers who authored the story. Divine protection is not only around you, it's within you now. It shows up as clarity in confusion, strength in stillness, discernment in noise. You no longer measure safety by absence of struggle, you measure it by presence of peace. Look closely at your journey. There were moments when you almost lost faith. Yet something invisible held you upright. That was not coincidence, that was covenant. Every time you thought you had reached your end, heaven quietly extended the line, rewriting your endurance. You can feel gratitude growing, not the loud kind that demands words, but the quiet kind that hums beneath your thoughts. It's a gratitude that recognizes how every unanswered prayer became redirection, how every closed door hid a lesson, how every delay birthed discipline. Gratitude is the language of those who have seen both fire and mercy, and you've seen both. Protection has also changed your perspective on pain. What once felt like punishment now reveals itself as preparation. You've learned that scars are not signs of defeat, they're symbols of divine attention. Heaven leaves marks where it has mended. You now walk with a different awareness. When challenges appear, your first instinct is no longer fear, it's curiosity. What is heaven teaching me through this? That shift is evidence of transformation. You no longer fight every storm, you study it, knowing even winds obey the same voice that covers you. There's a peace that sits at the center of your soul now, unbothered by chaos. It's the same peace Jesus carried when he stood in the storm and said, "Be still." That peace isn't just around you, it's in your DNA now. It travels through your words, through your silence, through the way you show up for others. You're starting to notice something subtle, yet profound. Divine protection has made you gentler, not fragile, gentle. Gentleness is not weakness, it's controlled strength. It's what happens when the heart no longer needs to prove anything. You can be kind because you're safe. You can forgive because you're covered. You can love freely because fear no longer negotiates your boundaries. Even your eyes have changed. You no longer see people as threats, but as stories, some broken, some unfinished, all beloved. Heaven's protection has made you compassionate because you've learned how much grace it takes to survive. You see reflections of your own rescue in the pain of others, and so, your life is quietly becoming a sanctuary for those around you. They don't even have to understand it, they just feel it. Some will come near because they sense peace. Others will stay because they feel protected near you. That's what divine covering does. It spills over. When you walk through the day, remember this truth. You are not guarded because you are fragile. You are guarded because you are fruitful. Heaven invests in what multiplies. God protects what carries his imprint. So tonight, as stillness returns, rest not in exhaustion, but in assurance. You have walked through enough storms to know this. Nothing touches you without permission. Every season, even the difficult ones, has been measured, timed, and used for your becoming. Divine protection has not only preserved your life, it has shaped your identity. You are no longer merely the one who survived. You are the one who stands as living evidence that mercy outlasts fire. Let that awareness settle like gentle rain. You don't need new proof. You are the proof. Sleep, then, without worry. Wake without fear. The one who called you still keeps you. Not because of what you do, but because of who you are, chosen, refined, and protected beyond measure. You walk through the day with a quiet steadiness that surprises even you. It isn't pride, it's presence. The more you live in awareness of divine protection, the more you realize that peace isn't something you visit, it's something you inhabit. You've become a house where calm lives, a vessel that carries heaven's quiet strength wherever you go. There's something remarkable about living this way. The world still moves fast around you, urgent, loud, restless, but you no longer chase its rhythm. You move to the cadence of something slower, older, deeper. It's as if your heartbeat has synced with eternity. You breathe in chaos and exhale stillness. You hear noise, but respond in wisdom. That is what happens when divine covering matures inside a soul. It becomes composure. You once believed that protection meant walls so high that nothing could reach you. But now you understand that divine protection isn't isolation, it's insulation. It's not about building distance, it's about being surrounded by presence. You're not cut off from the world, you're simply rooted in something the world cannot touch. You felt that truth most in moments when you should have fallen apart but didn't. The conversation that could have broken you, the loss that should have drained you, the pressure that tried to crush you, all of it became the ground where endurance took root. You learned that what heaven covers, it also strengthens. There's an image that often returns to your mind, a seed buried deep in the soil. To anyone looking from above, it seems gone, forgotten, dead. But beneath the surface, a miracle is forming. Darkness is not death, it's development. And one day, that same seed will break through the soil, not as what it was, but as what it was always meant to be. That is you. Every buried season has been a classroom, the soil of silence, the pressure of waiting, the weight of being unseen. All of it has been teaching you to grow unseen roots. Heaven hides before it reveals what others called delays. Heaven called depth. You've begun to recognize how divine protection shapes not just moments, but mindset. You no longer see interruptions as obstacles, they are instructions. You no longer see people leaving as rejection, they are redirection. Every twist in the story is a brushstroke in a masterpiece you can't yet fully see. As written in the book of Proverbs, chapter 2, verse 8, He guards the paths of the just and protects those who are faithful to Him. And this verse no longer feels distant or abstract. It feels like your biography. The path isn't just a destination, it's every step you take, every thought you think, every decision you make. God guards not just your outcomes, but your in-betweens. His protection is not only for great battles, but for small choices. You begin to appreciate the ordinary again, the sunlight through leaves, the laughter of a stranger, the brief pause before you speak. You realize heaven's protection often hides in simplicity, the whisper to pause, the nudge to stay, the peace that tells you to walk away. These are angelic signals disguised as intuition. The more you notice, the more grateful you become. Gratitude opens your spiritual eyesight wider. Suddenly, you see God's care in the mundane, the conversation that calmed your heart, the traffic that slowed your hurry, the timing that seemed late but arrived perfect. Heaven's protection is not always spectacular, it is precise. And while others may measure blessing by abundance, you've learned to measure it by awareness. What you notice expands. The more you acknowledge divine covering, the more visible it becomes. Peace grows wherever gratitude waters it. There's something profoundly humbling about realizing you are never outside His sight. You've never walked into a room that heaven hasn't entered first. Every step, even missteps, are surrounded by grace. You can't outwalk mercy. It travels faster than failure. At times, you've wondered why the journey has required so much patience. You've watched others rush ahead while you stayed still. But you see it now, your pace was protection. Quick success can crush unprepared foundations. Heaven slows what it intends to sustain. You've also noticed how divine covering changes your relationships. You no longer chase approval, because you've learned that being chosen already means being seen. You don't explain yourself to every misunderstanding, because truth eventually defends its own. Peace has made you selective of words, of company, of where you spend your energy. That's not pride, it's preservation. Every chosen one reaches a point where discernment replaces desire. You don't run after everything that glitters anymore. You wait for what glows with God's peace. What is for you will never demand you abandon your calm to grasp it. Protection is the art of holy restraint. You are walking proof of that restraint. The silence you endured, the prayers that seemed unanswered, they were not punishment. They were pruning. Heaven doesn't waste words or wounds. Every unreturned call, every unfinished chapter has been part of a larger order. As you continue forward, you sense that heaven is aligning new things ahead. You may not know their names yet, but you recognize the feeling, the quiet readiness before a new door opens. You're no longer afraid of new seasons. You've seen enough of God's consistency to trust His next. This awareness changes how you live. You speak slower, listen longer, and forgive faster. You no longer carry the weight of needing to predict the future, because you've seen who holds it. Anxiety becomes a visitor now, not a resident. Protection, you've learned, is not a bubble around your body. It's a rhythm within your soul. It's the calm center of a spinning world, the steady flame in shifting winds. The storms may come again, but they no longer define you. You've been marked by something stronger than circumstance. So, as night returns once more, you rest not because everything is perfect, but because everything is protected. You've made peace with the mystery. You've stopped demanding explanations and started trusting intentions. Heaven hasn't promised a smooth path, but it has promised a guarded one, and that is enough. You are safe. You are steady. You are surrounded. And above all, you are still chosen. There's a tenderness in the air tonight, as if heaven itself is leaning close. You feel it, the hush that comes when something sacred wants to speak softly. The noise of the day has faded, leaving only stillness and the slow rhythm of your heartbeat. It's here, in the quiet, that you realize how far you've come. You once fought to feel safe. Now safety feels natural. The same hands that held you through storms now teach you how to hold peace without fear of losing it. You are no longer surviving grace, you're walking in it. Divine protection has not only covered you, it has changed your posture, softened your voice, and steadied your heart. When you look back, you see more than miracles, you see patterns. Every delay had direction. Every detour had design. The storms that once seemed random now form a story you can trace with gratitude. God never wasted a tear or a breath. He turned every ache into an echo of purpose. And now, heaven invites you into a different kind of participation, not one of striving, but of sharing. You've received much, learned much, healed much. What once poured into you can now pour through you. Protection, after all, is never selfish. When grace overflows, it's meant to water the ground around it. The Apostle reminds us in his second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 9, verse 7, each one should give what he has decided in his heart to give, not reluctantly or under compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver. This verse isn't only about offering, it's about openness. It's about allowing gratitude to take form in whatever way it wishes. Giving, in this sense, is not transaction, it's transformation. Tap like if your heart agrees with what's been spoken tonight. It isn't a duty, it's an echo, a way of saying, I hear the truth, and I honor it. Line, share this message if it stirred something in you. Not to promote, but to provide somewhere. Someone may be sitting in silence right now, praying for the same peace you just felt. Your simple act of sharing could be the answer to that prayer. And if you wish to stay connected, subscribe so that this flow of faith continues to meet you where you are. This isn't about numbers, it's about nurturing a circle of calm in a restless world. Every new soul that joins becomes another spark of light along this path. And if this message found its way gently into your heart, feel free to write in the comments, "Grateful for grace." And it's not a requirement, it's a reflection. Sometimes a few simple words can turn into a prayer that echoes far beyond the screen. When gratitude becomes visible, heaven takes note. You've been the one in need before. You know what it's like to feel unseen. So let your gratitude tonight be your gentle thank you to the one who saw you then and still sees you now. The beauty of this community is not built on numbers, it's built on meaning. It's sustained by hearts that move in rhythm, souls that carry light together. When we engage through words, presence, or peace, we join that rhythm. We become part of heaven's orchestra of kindness. So, as this message closes, take a breath and listen. Can you feel it? The same peace that entered your room when you first heard these words is still here. It hovers, waiting to be acknowledged, waiting to be passed on. Whether you show it through a like, a share, a subscription, or simply through the softness of your spirit, let it come from authenticity. That's what heaven values, most genuine hearts moved by love, not pressure. You are not being asked, you are being invited. You are not being told, you are being trusted. Trusted to continue what heaven began in you. May every act of faith you make tonight, every click, every comment, every whisper of gratitude return to you, multiplied as peace, as joy, as divine protection renewed. The circle continues, the light remains, and so do you kept, chosen, and overflowing. You are part of something living now, a quiet current of faith that moves from one heart to another. Each act of acknowledgement, each word of gratitude, adds warmth to the flow. You are no longer just receiving light, you are reflecting it. That's what heaven always intended, that the protected would become protectors, that peace would multiply through participation. There's a sacred strength in gentleness. When you choose to respond with grace instead of defense, heaven amplifies your influence. Every calm response becomes a ripple that reaches farther than you can see. You may think your actions are small, but eternity measures differently. Heaven counts sincerity, not scale. And when you write, "Grateful for grace," you are naming your transformation. You're saying, I remember what the dark felt like, but I live in the light now. Those words become testimony disguised as simplicity. They remind both you and heaven that you've come through and stayed soft. That softness is your power. So, let peace guide you into tomorrow. Let every step echo gentleness. Every word carry light. The world may not understand such quiet strength, but heaven recognizes it instantly. You walk marked by mercy, subtle but undeniable. And as you rest, remember this: grace is not a moment, it's a movement. It keeps flowing, keeps covering, keeps calling you forward. Stay in that current, and you will never lose your way. The morning light returns quietly, brushing across your room like a familiar hand. You don't wake with alarm anymore, you wake with awareness. The air feels steady, almost reverent, as if the universe itself knows you have learned the rhythm of grace. What once felt like survival now feels like partnership. You don't chase peace, you walk with it. Each day begins differently now. There's no rush to prove, no panic to control, no striving to hold together what heaven already sustains. Divine protection has become less about what surrounds you and more about what lives inside you. It has grown roots in your thinking, branches in your behavior, fruit in your words. What was once an invisible shield is now a living way of being. You've started to see how divine covering shapes even your smallest moments. The instinct to speak gently instead of sharply, to pause before reacting, to breathe before judging, those are all echoes of heaven's patience in you. Protection refines the soul until you mirror the nature of the one who guards you. There's an image that has followed you lately, a candle inside a lantern. The glass may fog from wind, the frame may rust with time, but the flame remains untouched. That is your spirit, now steady, enclosed in divine design. The storms around you no longer threaten to extinguish what God has lit. You've also realized that divine protection doesn't remove responsibility, it deepens it. To be covered is to be accountable. You walk differently when you know your steps represent something sacred. Heaven's eyes aren't watching to catch you fail, they're watching to celebrate your faithfulness. Sometimes you feel that watchful presence in the smallest ways, an inexplicable calm when bad news comes, a sense of assurance when choices feel unclear, a memory of past deliverance whispering, "You've made it before, you'll make it again." That's heaven, reminding you that faith has a memory longer than fear. According to the writings in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 12, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him." This verse is your reflection now. You've persevered, not perfectly, but persistently. Every trial became a test, and every test proved endurance. You didn't just survive, you strengthened. Heaven's protection didn't exempt you from trials, it empowered you to remain whole through them. The crown of life isn't just a future reward, it's a present awareness. It's the quiet confidence that nothing you've endured has been wasted. The pressure that once broke you now builds you. You've learned to wear peace like armor and patience like jewels. You are being shaped for stability, not spectacle. Heaven's work in you is slow because it's meant to last. Temporary things are built quickly, eternal things are built carefully. That's why your story took time. The foundation of divine protection is never hurried. As you reflect, you begin to understand how everything connects. The nights of silence taught you to listen. The seasons of loss taught you empathy. The moments of fear taught you courage. Every emotion, every pause, every prayer you thought went unanswered, all were woven into the tapestry of who you've become. You were not wandering, you were being woven. There's peace in seeing your past through the lens of purpose. You no longer resent the detours, they trained your discernment. You no longer mourn the endings, they made room for beginnings. What once felt like chaos now feels like choreography. Your walk with heaven has matured. You've stopped asking for constant rescue because you've learned to recognize provision already at work. You've stopped trying to escape pressure because you've realized pressure refines the purest oil. The same weight that once exhausted you now anoints you. Even your prayers have changed. They've grown simpler, softer, deeper. You don't need to convince heaven to act. You only need to stay aware enough to receive. You pray less for answers and more for alignment. And that shift changes everything. The world still has noise, but you've learned to carry silence inside it. That silence is not emptiness, it's authority. It's the awareness that you don't have to respond to every disturbance. Divine protection isn't loud, it's anchored. It moves like roots beneath soil, quiet but unstoppable. You've discovered that peace doesn't mean avoiding pain, it means staying faithful through it. True faith isn't tested by comfort, but by continuity. The one who keeps showing up, keeps believing, keeps forgiving that one walks under heaven's full covering. There's a glow to you now that even you may not notice. It's in the way you pause before speaking. The calm that enters a room when you do. People sense it and feel safer near you, though they can't explain why. That's the evidence of divine presence. It reveals itself through the ordinary. When you sit in silence tonight, feel the weight of that peace settle over you again. It's the same covering that shielded you in tears. The same presence that lifted you when strength failed. You are not just walking under protection, you are carrying it. Tomorrow may bring new challenges, but it cannot undo what has been established within you. The flame has learned to burn steady. The lantern has become weatherproof. You are no longer a storm survivor, you are a carrier of stillness. So breathe deeply. Let every inhale remind you of safety, and every exhale remind you of surrender. You have been kept not just to exist, but to embody peace for those who will come after you. Your life is now a testimony that heaven keeps its promises quietly, consistently, beautifully. The journey continues. But you no longer walk afraid. You walk aware of the hands that shaped you, the eyes that guard you, and the grace that guides every step. You are safe. You are steady. You are still chosen. You move through the hours with a calm that feels earned, not borrowed. The world still stirs around you, unpredictable and loud. Yet inside, there is a silence that cannot be shaken. It's not the silence of emptiness, it's the silence of assurance. You've come to recognize it as heaven's language, quiet yet full, soft yet powerful. This is what divine protection matures into, not walls that keep life out, but awareness that keeps fear from getting in. The protection over you has shifted from something you depend on to something you embody. You are no longer just guarded by grace, you have become its living expression. Each day now feels like a conversation between you and the unseen. The moments that once frustrated you now intrigue you. The interruptions that used to irritate you now make you pause, knowing they might be divine timing, wearing human disguise. You begin to read life differently, not as chaos to survive, but as choreography to trust. The pattern has always been there. It just took faith to see it. The detours, the delays, the sudden endings, they were never random. Heaven writes in symmetry, and only those who stay long enough in stillness can see the pattern unfold. There's a new gentleness in how you approach the world. You no longer rush to change everything around you. You focus instead on what happens within. You realize that transformation doesn't always look dramatic. Sometimes it looks like quiet resilience, the decision to stay soft in a hard world. According to the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Len, you've heard this verse before. Maybe countless times. But tonight it sounds different. You finally believe it. Not because someone preached it, but because you've lived it. You can trace the fingerprints of goodness, even in the places where you once saw only pain. It's strange how hindsight turns wounds into windows. What once hurt now helps you see clearly. You recognize the wisdom hidden in heartbreak, the strength born from silence, the guidance disguised as loss. Divine protection was never about preventing the breaking. It was about ensuring that when you broke, you became something beautiful. You're learning the holy rhythm of release. There are things you no longer fight to understand, people you no longer chase to convince, battles you no longer feel obligated to win. That freedom isn't laziness, it's clarity. Heaven fights where your peace ends. Anything beyond that boundary doesn't belong to you. There's peace in that realization. You don't have to manage what God is already mastering. You don't have to guard what heaven already covers. You simply have to stay aligned, heart steady, motive pur, faith consistent. Alignment is the highest form of armor. As you walk through this new level of awareness, you notice something subtle yet profound. Protection and purpose always travel together. Heaven never covers what it doesn't intend to commission. You were not preserved to remain hidden, you were preserved to remain holy. Wherever you step next, the atmosphere will shift, not because of your effort, but because of your essence. People will begin to sense something they can't explain. Conversations around you will soften. Conflict will ease. Peace will return. That's what happens when someone walks fully aligned with divine rhythm. The world responds differently to a steady spirit. You carry that steadiness now like a fragrance. It doesn't need to announce itself. It simply fills the space it enters. The places that once intimidated you now feel smaller, not because they've changed, but because you've expanded. Heaven enlarged your capacity while the world wasn't watching. Still, you walk humbly. You know this strength isn't self-made, it's sculpted. You remember the nights when courage felt like a distant rumor and peace like a faraway shore. You remember how it felt to whisper prayers you didn't think anyone heard. Those memories keep you gentle. They remind you that grace, once received, is meant to be carried quietly. And yet, there's also a quiet confidence growing inside you, a knowing that you can face whatever comes next. Not because you're fearless, but because you've met fear and found it smaller than faith. If you could see what heaven sees, you'd know that you're standing on sacred ground where everything once broken has become part of the foundation. Heaven builds with fragments. Every mistake, every scar, every tear has been repurposed into strength. You don't just have a story, you have a structure. You feel that structure in your spirit now. It's not rigid, it's resilient. Like a tree that bends but doesn't break. You've learned the art of holy flexibility. You understand that survival sometimes means surrender, that strength sometimes means softness. And in that understanding, there's peace. You no longer pray for a life without storms. You pray for roots deep enough to stand through them. You no longer seek escape. You seek endurance. That's the wisdom of the chosen, to realize that divine protection isn't the promise of comfort, but the assurance of completion. When the sun sets again, you don't worry about tomorrow. You've lived enough miracles to know that heaven has already gone ahead. The same hand that shielded you in the night steadies you in the morning. The same voice that whispered, "Wait," now whispers, "Walk." Then, so you do, you walk with measured steps, with open eyes, with quiet gratitude. You move as one who knows they are guarded, guided, and growing. Heaven watches still, but not because it doubts you. It watches with delight, with pride, with the quiet joy of seeing its reflection walking the earth. You've become what divine protection was always meant to produce: peace in motion, faith with form, light that learns how to live among shadows. You are not waiting for blessing anymore. You are living as blessing. Night has come again, but this one feels different. There's no heaviness in the air, no weight of anxiety pressing against your spirit, only quiet expectancy, a knowing that heaven is near, that something unseen is aligning in your favor. You don't need a sign this time. Your peace is the sign. You've reached the point in your journey where calm has become confirmation. You've learned that divine protection isn't always visible light. It's often invisible order. Heaven arranges, repositions, and redirects in ways that human eyes can't yet trace. The delay that once frustrated you, the detour that confused you, even the silence that once felt like absence, all of it has been heaven's hands at work. You've come far from the person you used to be. You've shed fear like old skin. You've stopped begging for control and started trusting divine sequence. And now, you move through life differently, still steady, still protected, but with deeper awareness of the presence that never leaves. There's a verse that echoes this truth so clearly. It feels written just for this moment. The Word of God declares in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 31, verse 6, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them. For the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you." This verse has always been true, but tonight it takes new shape. You no longer read it as instruction, you read it as identity. You are the one who stands strong. You are the one who walks unafraid. The promise no longer hangs above you, it breathes within you. You begin to notice how divine protection hums through ordinary things. The small whisper that tells you, "Wait." The unexpected delay that spares you from unseen harm. The moment of stillness before you act that changes the outcome entirely. You used to call them coincidences, now you call them coordination. Heaven never stops managing what concerns you. A story comes to mind, a young traveler who set out on a mountain path. Midway, a storm began. The sky darkened, the wind rose, and the trail disappeared beneath fog. The traveler almost turned back until he heard an inner voice say, "Keep walking, there's a cave just ahead." He obeyed, and within moments, lightning struck the path he had just left. The traveler didn't see the cave before he moved. He saw it because he moved. That's how divine protection often works. It reveals itself in motion. You've learned to trust that motion. Every time you step forward, the ground adjusts to meet your feet. You no longer demand to see the full map. You trust the next step. That's the fruit of faith movement without full visibility, direction without full detail. And yet, heaven still loves reminders, small acts that seal spiritual truths in physical ways. So tonight, in this moment of stillness and awareness, Let your spirit respond. Type the number 333 inches the comments. This number is a symbol of divine presence and alignment, the mark of heaven's nearness, and the sign that God's voice surrounds you. 3, repeated 3 times, reflects the perfection of divine unity. Father, Son, and Spirit covering, guiding, and empowering. When you write it, you're not calling for something new, you're acknowledging what's already active. You're saying, I know I'm not alone. You're agreeing with heaven that its hand is over your life. The number 3 has always represented completion and harmony. In its repetition, 333 becomes a holy rhythm, a divine reminder that everything in your life is working together in sacred timing. Each season, joy, loss, growth is one note in a greater symphony of purpose. Heaven never plays offbeat. It just plays beyond your hearing. When you type those numbers, let it be your amen in motion. You're not performing, you're participating. You're declaring, I trust the unseen order. I trust that even when I can't trace his hand, I can trust his heart. End. Every chosen one needs these small declarations, not because heaven forgets, but because you need reminders that your faith still breathes. Numbers like this become anchors in the spiritual sea. They remind you where your soul last said yes. As you sit in the quiet after that act, you'll feel it again, the subtle weight of peace pressing into your chest, the calm certainty that you're seen. That's heaven's way of saying, I heard you. Divine protection continues to unfold, not in grand gestures, but in gentle assurance. It doesn't always look like open doors. It often looks like closed ones that guard your timing. You no longer rush against what doesn't move. You rest in the rhythm of what does. Every disappointment has been redefined. You see now that rejection was really redirection, and delay was simply divine pacing. You've stopped fighting what heaven allows. You've stopped resenting what heaven removes. You have matured into stillness, and that stillness has become your shield. When chaos rises, you no longer react. You remember. You remember that everything conspires for your good, that angels move faster than your fears, that destiny doesn't depend on hurry. You are no longer trying to earn safety, you're living from it. You no longer need external proof. You've become the evidence. And when you rest tonight, let those numbers 333 rest on your spirit like a seal. Let them remind you that you are covered by connection, surrounded by strength, and sustained by divine companionship. You walk with the Trinity around you, within you, and ahead of you. Even as you sleep, heaven will work. You don't have to see it to trust it. The promise remains steady. You are never alone, never forsaken, never forgotten. So breathe deeply one last time before the night closes. The air feels lighter, doesn't it? That's peace settling where fear used to live. That's heaven finishing what it started. Morning unfolds slowly. Golden light pouring through your window like mercy, finding form. You don't rush to meet it, you receive it. There is no urgency left in your movements, only rhythm. You've learned that peace doesn't demand pace, it invites presence. You no longer treat mornings as a race to control the day. Instead, they've become sacred beginnings, moments to align before you act. You sense it now more than ever. Divine protection isn't something that happens to you, it's something that happens through you. It moves in every decision, every boundary. Every word you speak in gentleness, when harshness would have been easier. Heaven's covering is woven into your choices. Every act of integrity keeps the shield intact. It's strange how different your awareness feels now. You used to measure God's presence by emotions, by goosebumps, tears, or sudden awe. But now, you recognize Him in constancy. He no longer has to prove He's near. His nearness is your normal. You've become fluent in His silence. There was a time when silence frightened you. You mistook quiet for absence. But now, you've learned that silence is God's trust in your growth. When He doesn't speak loudly, it's because you've learned to listen softly. You've matured into stillness that hears. The days feel slower now, not because time has changed, but because your awareness has deepened. You notice more the way the wind carries peace through open spaces, the way kindness lingers longer than noise, the way grace shows up, disguised as simplicity. The smallest things have become sermons. According to the book of Psalms, chapter 91, verse 4, He will cover you with His feathers, and under His wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness will be your shield and rampart. That verse has wrapped itself around your heart over the years. You used to picture it as something external, a fortress outside yourself. But now, it feels internal, alive. You realize that you are not merely under those wings. You've become part of their rhythm. You move with the same breath that sustains them. You are no longer just protected. You are participating in protection. It's as if God has taught you to breathe the same way heaven does, slowly, deliberately, with awareness of weight and grace. You've stopped running from what scares you, because fear has become a tutor, not an enemy. You've stopped fearing the dark, because you finally understand that shadows only prove there's light somewhere close. Each experience, joy or pain, has served to teach you trust. You once thought faith meant escaping struggle, but now you see it means enduring it with perspective. Faith doesn't erase storms, it redefines them. You no longer ask, "Why me?" You ask, "What are you showing me here?" And that question changes everything. There's an image you hold close, an ancient oak tree, standing in a field that has known every kind of weather. Lightning has scarred its bark. Winds have bent its branches. Yet it still stands. Roots sunk deep where eyes cannot see. That's you, now scarred but strong, bent but rooted. The storms that once threatened to destroy you have only revealed how deeply you're anchored. The deeper your roots grow in trust, the stronger your branches become in love. That's the paradox of divine protection. It doesn't shield you from growth, it demands it. Heaven protects what it prunes. Every season of loss, every hard goodbye, every unanswered question was pruning in disguise. But now you see the fruit, peace that lasts longer than comfort, faith that no longer depends on sight. You've begun to live from that peace. It shapes how you speak, how you react, how you forgive. You don't chase apologies anymore. You give grace instead. You don't demand explanations. You extend understanding. That's the mark of someone who knows they're covered. People may not understand this calm. Some may even mistake it for indifference. But heaven knows it as mastery, the kind of stability that comes only from walking long with God. You don't need to defend your peace. It defends you. Even the way you see time has changed. You've realized that God's pace is protection. What He withholds now often saves you later. You no longer resent delay. You rest in divine timing. That's maturity, not needing to rush destiny, because you trust who's designing it. And as you go about your day, divine protection continues to surround you quietly. It's not dramatic or demanding. It's the whisper behind you saying, "This is the way, walk in it." It's the invisible hand redirecting your steps before you even know there's danger. It's the peace that lingers, even when circumstances shift. You've learned to walk by intuition, born of intimacy. You no longer doubt the subtle nudges, the feeling to wait, to move, to call, to release. You've come to recognize them as heaven's language. The Spirit no longer shouts, He synchronizes. You can look back now with tenderness instead of regret. Every heartbreak, every closed door, every unanswered prayer, they were all walls guiding you back toward alignment. Even your mistakes were classrooms for grace. You didn't disqualify yourself. You deepened your dependence. Divine protection has made you humble. You no longer boast in strength because you know it's borrowed. You no longer chase validation because you already have it. The applause of men feels small compared to the approval of peace. And though life will still shift new seasons, new assignments, new tests, you don't dread change anymore. Change has become familiar terrain. You've walked through enough transformation to know that what God changes, He also carries. So tonight, as you prepare to rest, take one slow breath and remember this: you are still under those wings. The world might shake, but your refuge remains unmoved. The same faithfulness that guarded you yesterday guards you tonight. You don't have to beg for protection. You are living inside it. You don't have to chase signs. You've become one. The story continues. But the tone has changed. You are no longer the one searching for shelter. You are the one who walks in it. Peace is no longer an event. It's your environment. You are safe. Still. You are steady. Still. And the wings still cover you quietly. Completely. Forever. The evening light fades slowly, painting the sky with streaks of amber and rose. You pause, not because the day has ended, but because something sacred stirs in the quiet between sunlight and stars. This moment feels like a reflection, heaven asking softly, "Do you see how far you've come?" You do. And as you breathe, gratitude arises like incense. The peace you carry now isn't fragile anymore. It's firm, grounded, woven through every corner of your life. You've become a living testimony of what divine protection can build when patience meets purpose. The noise of the world doesn't pull you like it used to. You've stopped running after validation. You've learned that what is rooted in peace can't be shaken by opinion. You no longer seek applause, you seek alignment. The Creator's whisper means more than the crowd's roar. There's an image that fits this season perfectly, a lighthouse standing against crashing waves. It doesn't move to meet the storm, it simply stands and shines. That's what you've become, a steady light in uncertain times. You don't fight the tide, you guide the lost. According to the writings of the Apostle Paul in the book of Philippians, chapter 2, verse 15, "Then you will shine among them like stars in the sky as you hold firmly to the word of life." This isn't a command to perform, it's an invitation to illuminate. You are not the source of the light, you are its reflection. Heaven shines through you to remind others that peace is still possible. Faith is still alive, and love is still stronger than fear. And maybe that's why you're here, not just to hear these words, but to become part of what they create. This message isn't meant to end with you. It's meant to ripple, to move, to reach, somewhere out there. Another soul is waiting for the same reassurance that reached you. You could be the bridge heaven uses to deliver it. So, if these words found you tonight and rested gently on your heart, take a moment, tap, like, not out of habit, but as a heartbeat of agreement, a way of saying, yes, I recognize truth when I feel it. Share this message the way a traveler lights another's lantern, not to gain attention, but to keep the light spreading. You never know whose night this could brighten. Heaven often moves through small gestures that look ordinary but carry eternity's weight. And if this space has become a resting place for your spirit, where words meet your weary days with grace, subscribe, not as an act of routine, but as a way of saying, I want to stay close to peace. It's not about numbers, it's about nurturing a family of faith that learns, breathes, and grows together. Every like becomes a flicker of shared flame. Every share becomes a spark traveling into darkness. Every subscription becomes a strand of light weaving across the earth. You are not following a page, you are joining a movement of mercy, a wave of calm in a world that has forgotten how to rest. Think of this as a field at dawn, each like, each share, each word of encouragement is a seed, and together they create gardens of hope where others can walk. The ground you tend with kindness today will bloom in lives you may never meet. That's how heaven works, through willing hearts, through small steps, through quiet faith. You don't have to change the whole world. You just have to keep shining where you stand. There's something beautiful about the idea of community built on peace. It's not noisy or forced. It's gentle and enduring, like rivers merging into one body of water. Our faith flows stronger together. You've seen how one gentle word can lift someone's spirit. Imagine what thousands of them can do, flowing in harmony. Every time you engage here, whether by reading, reflecting, or sharing, you help keep this space alive. This isn't a transaction, it's transformation. You are part of something alive, something that breathes. The words written here become wings when others carry them forward. So, pause for a moment and think of the ripple. Somewhere, someone may scroll past in silence, tired, unseen, on the edge of giving up, and your single act of sharing could be the reminder they prayed for. That's what makes participation sacred. It turns technology into ministry, words into comfort, faith into connection. You are more than a listener, you are a link in heaven's chain of compassion. You are proof that divine protection produces generosity, not just survival. When night falls again, imagine the lighthouse once more, your light shining steady, joined by many others across the sea. Each one a testimony, each one a reflection. Together, they paint the horizon with hope. And as you rest tonight, remember, peace multiplies when it's shared. What you keep fades, what you give grows. You've received much, and in gratitude, you pass it forward, not as obligation, but as offering. Thank you for being here, for listening, for letting these words settle deep. Your presence isn't unnoticed. It's part of the reason the light still burns bright. You are not here by coincidence. You are part of something heaven built, heart-led, and endlessly growing. The light in you shines still, and heaven smiles because of it. Peace has become your quiet anthem now, a steady hum beneath every thought. It no longer depends on circumstance. it simply exists. Like sunlight waiting behind clouds, you carry it wherever you go, turning even silence into sanctuary. And as you breathe tonight, remember this: what heaven begins, it sustains. Your story isn't ending, it's unfolding in divine rhythm, one peaceful heartbeat at a time. The air tonight feels weightless, almost sacred. You can tell heaven is near again, present, not in thunder or spectacle, but in the steady rhythm of peace that has learned to stay. There is no tension, no rush, no noisy, just stillness. The kind that makes you close your eyes and breathe slower, because even silence feels holy now. You've walked a long way from fear. What once made you tremble now feels small against the vastness of grace. You no longer flinch at uncertainty, because uncertainty has become your training ground. You've learned that faith doesn't need sight, it just needs surrender. And every time you surrender, heaven reveals something you couldn't have seen while clinging to control. You understand it now. Divine protection isn't always visible rescue. Sometimes it's invisible redirection. God doesn't always pull you out of the storm. He teaches you how to walk on its waves. He doesn't always calm the wind. He calms you instead. That's what maturity in grace looks like. Fear losing its argument because trust has already spoken. There's a strange beauty in how peace grows. It's not a sudden bloom. It's a slow unfolding, like dawn creeping across the edge of night. You don't realize it's happening until one morning you wake and realize the anxiety that used to follow you has lost its voice. The noise is gone. Only calm remains. As revealed in the book of Isaiah, chapter 54, verse 10, "Though the mountains be shaken and the hills be removed, yet my unfailing love for you will not be shaken, nor my covenant of peace be removed, says the Lord, who has compassion on you." You've lived that verse. You've seen hills fall and plans collapse. Yet somehow, your peace stood still. That's not by accident, it's evidence. Divine protection has built a covenant around you, stronger than circumstance, deeper than emotion, wider than fear. Even when everything shifted, love stayed. You're starting to notice how compassion has changed your language. You speak slower now. Listen deeper. Judge less. That's what heaven's peace does. It teaches your heart the rhythm of mercy. You begin to understand that love isn't just something you receive from above, it's something you carry for others. The same comfort that once rescued you now flows through you. When you look at people, you see differently. Where you used to see threat, you now see story. Where you once saw failure, you now see formation. Heaven has given you new eyes, ones that can see purpose in pain, light in shadow, and potential in breaking. Divine protection has also changed how you pray. You no longer rush to ask for escape, you ask for endurance. You no longer plead for signs, you seek alignment. You've realized that maturity isn't needing less from God, it's trusting Him more. You no longer demand proof, you rest in presence. That's why tonight feels different. It's peace without conditions. You don't need new miracles to know He's real. You carry old ones in your memory. You've learned that faith doesn't expire once. Answered it, expands. Every answered prayer becomes seed for future strength. There's an image that floats to your mind, a torch burning in the middle of rain. Water falls from all directions, yet the flame refuses to die. That's what your spirit looks like now. Every drop that once threatened to drown your hope now fuels your endurance. You've become fireproof, not by avoidance, but by persistence. You've also learned to honor quiet victories, the strength to forgive, the wisdom to wait, the courage to walk away from chaos. Heaven celebrates those as loudly as it celebrates miracles. You've stopped comparing your journey to others because you've realized comparison is the thief of peace. What's meant for you doesn't compete, it completes. And now, heaven whispers again, not loudly, but in the way peace hums behind your thoughts. It says, "You're ready to carry this calm into the world." The protection you've received wasn't meant to end with you, it was meant to flow through you. Someone else needs the same peace that steadies you now. So, take a moment to acknowledge that truth. Let it settle. Let it become prayer without words. And when you're ready, let your heart respond with this declaration of recognition. Comment below, "Peace remains." That's all 2 words that summarize your whole story. It's not a performance, it's a proclamation. You're saying, no matter what shakes, no matter what leaves, peace remains. Those words don't just fill a comment, they fill the atmosphere. Heaven hears declarations like that and moves through them. By writing them, you align yourself again with the covenant of stillness. It's not superstition, it's symbolism. Words hold weight, and yours carry peace now. When you type them, you'll feel something small but real, a pulse of recognition in your spirit. That's the echo of heaven saying, "Yes, I agree." This isn't just about public expression, it's about internal alignment. Every time you acknowledge peace aloud, you anchor it deeper inside. You remind your heart that stillness is not temporary, it's eternal. You are learning to live as a keeper of calm. The world will still whirl with noise, but you are learning how to walk through it untouched, like a flame in glass, like light under wings, like the ocean holding its depth beneath the waves. Your calm is your calling card now. It will speak louder than your words, shine brighter than your arguments, and travel further than your presence. Heaven has marked you with unshakable composure. So when you rest tonight, let peace remains hum in your thoughts as a melody that never ends. Let it echo in the spaces where fear once lived. Let it fill the silence until it becomes song. For that's who you are now, not a survivor, not a wanderer, but a keeper of divine calm. The mountains may tremble, the days may change, but one thing endures: peace remains. Morning returns, and with it comes a stillness that feels almost sacred. You open your eyes, and before the world intrudes with noise and duty, you recognize that calm again, the quiet hum of divine presence. It doesn't ask for your attention, it simply is. You no longer have to reach for peace, it greets you. You've come to understand something most never realize. Divine protection is not an event, it's a rhythm. It flows like breath, in and out, constant and quiet. It doesn't shout its existence through miracles every day. It reveals itself through consistency. The same God who parted seas is the one who guides your steps through traffic, conversation, and timing. You've stopped looking for burning bushes and started listening for soft whispers. That's the shift that happens when trust matures. It stops craving spectacle and starts craving stillness. You've learned that heaven's greatest language is subtle, and it's in those subtleties, those divine interruptions, that your story continues to unfold. As you move through your day, you can see the invisible choreography of grace everywhere. The person who smiles when you needed encouragement, the delay that kept you from harm, The moment of insight that came out of nowhere, you no longer call them coincidences. You call them care. According to the writings in the book of Nahum, chapter 1, verse 7, the Lord is good, a refuge in times of trouble. He cares for those who trust in him. And you've lived that truth now, haven't you? Every storm you've faced could have swallowed you, but instead, you found safety inside of it. You didn't always feel the rescue while it was happening, but when you looked back, you saw it, threads of divine strategy woven through what looked like chaos. You understand something new about protection now. It's not just about being kept safe, it's about being kept aligned. Heaven doesn't only guard your life, it guards your direction. Sometimes it closes doors that would have distracted you from purpose. Sometimes it removes people who would have weakened your peace. At first, those losses felt painful. Now, they feel like pruning. Heaven never subtracts without intention. This awareness gives you courage to walk into uncertainty with peace. You don't fear what's next, because you know what's constant. That's what the journey of faith teaches, the art of trusting the unchanging amidst the unknown. You've also begun to notice how divine protection trains perception. You see differently now. The same circumstances that once triggered fear now stir gratitude. The same silence that once made you question now makes you rest. Maturity is not the absence of storms, it's the ability to recognize who's in the boat with you. There's an image that fits this perfectly, a hawk gliding over open fields. It doesn't flap frantically, it rides invisible currents of air. Its strength is in its stillness. It trusts the unseen forces beneath its wings. That's what you're learning, to glide instead of grasp, to rest instead of rush, to move with what carries you instead of fighting against it. You've stopped needing to know how everything works out. The details no longer matter as much as the direction. You know the one who writes your story, writes in perfect rhythm, no delay wasted, no moment random. Divine protection is patient. It lets you walk through lessons so that wisdom becomes your inheritance, not just your knowledge. Heaven could remove every obstacle instantly, but it doesn't, because it's more interested in who you're becoming than where you're going. So, you've stopped asking for shortcuts. You've started asking for stamina. That shift has changed everything. When you think back on the version of yourself that once panicked over every unknown, you feel tenderness, not shame. That person was still learning how to walk with heaven's timing. Fear was never rebellion, it was just unfamiliarity. Now, you've grown familiar with grace. It's your default posture. You walk through spaces that used to intimidate you with a peace that surprises even you. It's not arrogance, it's awareness. You know who walks beside you. You've felt the difference between striving alone and being carried in rhythm. Even your relationship with time has transformed. You don't count days by productivity anymore. You count them by presence. If you've heard from heaven, if you've stayed at peace, if you've remained kind, then the day was full. Even if nothing spectacular happened, you've learned the art of spiritual economy, valuing moments for their depth, not their size. Small acts of faithfulness now feel bigger than grand gestures. A quiet prayer feels weightier than a loud promise. Heaven measures differently, and now you do too. There's a wisdom growing in you that others can feel. You no longer have to explain your peace. It speaks on its own. The people who cross your path notice something. Your calm doesn't come from luck or denial. It comes from depth. It's the kind of peace that can only exist in someone who's wrestled with storms and found safety inside surrender. You've stopped searching for constant validation because you've found a constant voice. The same one that whispered through confusion still whispers now through calm. You are mine. You are safe. Keep walking on. That whisper has become the foundation beneath your confidence. You no longer fear losing what's meant for you, because divine protection ensures that what belongs to your destiny cannot be stolen. Even if it leaves for a season, it returns when timing ripens. Every delay that once made you restless now feels holy. Every unanswered prayer now reads as mercy. Heaven has rewritten the meaning of waiting for you. It's no longer punishment, it's preparation. This realization makes you lighter. You've stopped trying to force outcomes. You've stopped rehearsing old pain. You've stopped arguing with the past. The grace that covers you now allows you to breathe again without needing every answer. You live differently now, anchored, aware, at ease. Life still moves, but you move with it, not against it. Protection has not made you untouchable. It has made you unbreakable. And as night returns, you feel it again, that holy hush. Heaven doesn't have to announce itself anymore. It just lingers. A soft reminder that the same God who guided your yesterday still writes your tomorrow. You rest in that truth, not because everything makes sense, but because you know you are still being carried strongly, steadily, silently. The air tonight feels like memory soft, slow, and full of meaning. You sit in the quiet and realize that peace no longer visits you as a guest. It lives with you now. The presence of divine protection isn't a feeling that comes and goes. It's a rhythm that undergirds everything. You can sense it even in ordinary moments, the stillness between heartbeats, the pause before words, the calm that follows after tears. You've learned that protection doesn't always mean prevention. Sometimes it looks like grace inside the fire rather than escape from it. Sometimes it's a whisper in the middle of the storm saying, "Stay still, I am here." You once thought safety meant absence of pain. Now you know it means presence of purpose. The pain never had permission to define you. It only had permission to refine you. You can see that now when you look backward. The moments you once thought were abandonment were actually alignment. Heaven's silence was not rejection, it was redirection. Every unanswered question led you closer to the truth that some answers aren't meant for your mind, they're meant for your spirit. As revealed in the book of Haggai, chapter 2, verse 9, "The glory of this present house will be greater than the glory of the former house, says the Lord Almighty, and in this place I will grant peace." End quote. You've lived that promise in ways you never expected. The former house wasn't just a season, it was the old version of you. The one who carried worry like armor, who mistook control for strength. That version had to crumble, so something stronger could be rebuilt. Heaven wasn't destroying, it was redesigning. The peace you carry now is proof of that reconstruction. There's an image that captures this transformation. A mosaic made of broken glass. Each fragment catches light differently, but together they form beauty. The cracks don't disappear, they become part of the brilliance. That's your life now. The very moments that shattered you have become the angles through which heaven's light shines brightest. You don't hide the cracks anymore. You've realized they tell your story better than perfection ever could. The scars have become scripture living verses that declare, "He restores what was broken." The world might value unbroken things, but heaven values redeemed things. This understanding has changed how you view other people. 2. You no longer measure anyone by how polished they seem. You look for the light between their fractures. You listen for the hope behind their hesitation. You know now that everyone you meet is carrying a battle heaven has already noticed. And you've become gentler because of it. Gentleness, it's not weakness, but wisdom. You've learned that power expressed through calm is more persuasive than power expressed through control. When others expect anger, you offer patience. When others bring chaos, you respond with quiet. That stillness confuses the darkness because it cannot comprehend stability born of grace. You are walking proof that strength doesn't need to shout. Heaven's covering has taught you to move in peace even when the world trembles. You've stopped defending yourself. Stopped proving your worth. Stopped running after what doesn't recognize your value. That's what divine maturity looks like, knowing when to speak and when to stay still, when to move and when to rest. There's a sweetness in stillness you didn't know before. You used to equate silence with absence, but now it feels like conversation. Heaven's most profound messages rarely come through thunder, they come through breath. When the world quiets and your thoughts finally slow, you can almost hear the gentle rhythm of eternity whispering, "All is well." It's in that awareness that you find joy, not loud, temporary joy. But anchored joy. The kind that doesn't need circumstance to validate it. It's the smile that comes after tears. The calm laughter that follows a long season of endurance. Joy like that can't be forced. It's born from understanding that heaven has never lost sight of you. You've stopped striving for proof of purpose because you've realized that being is part of purpose. Just walking through your day with peace, patience, and love is ministry in motion. Every small act of kindness becomes a sermon. Heaven preaches through your life. You no longer measure effectiveness by visibility. You measure it by impact, the quiet kind that shifts atmospheres rather than headlines. Sometimes the most powerful thing you do is simply stay kind when you could have been cold. That's divine protection, manifesting through character. When you walk into rooms now, you don't need to announce your light. It announces itself. People feel calm near you without knowing why. You've become a carrier of the same peace you once prayed for. That's what heaven does. It multiplies what it gives you until it flows through you to others. Every challenge that once seemed designed to destroy you now looks like training. You were never being punished. You were being prepared. The fire that once frightened you now reminds you of refinement. You know how to walk through heat without losing your shape. That's the strength of one who knows they're covered. You're no longer searching for signs of protection. You've become the evidence of it. When people ask how you've endured so much, you smile softly and say, "Grace," because that's the truth. Grace built your endurance when strength was gone. Grace stood guard when words failed. Grace turned survival into stability. And though your path may twist again, though life will still shift and stretch, you no longer dread it. You know now that every change carries new revelation. You've learned that peace doesn't depend on place, it depends on perspective. Wherever you go, protection follows not because you're lucky, but because you're loved. When you lay down tonight, you won't ask heaven to remove the storm. You'll thank it for teaching you how to stand in the rain. You'll rest knowing that the same grace that guarded you yesterday will greet you tomorrow. There's nothing left to fear, nothing left to prove. You are still chosen, still covered, still becoming everything heaven intended. Night drapes itself softly across the sky. And once again, that unmistakable quiet settles around you, the kind of quiet that feels alive. You know it well now. It's the language of heaven breathing peace into your bones. The day has been long, but even as fatigue tries to whisper, another voice speaks louder, the voice of assurance, steady and near. This journey has changed you. You used to think divine protection meant safety from harm, but now you know it means strength to endure, clarity to discern, and grace to grow. You've learned that when heaven surrounds you, even what was meant to hurt you becomes what helps you. The battle didn't disappear, it simply lost the power to break you. You walk differently now, not in fear, but in flow. Heaven has taught you that everything happens with precision. Every delay was discipline. Every detour was direction. Every closed door was a divine pause, not a punishment. You no longer wrestle against what doesn't open. You rest in the rhythm of what does. As declared in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." And that verse has become a map for your life. You've walked through valleys, through uncertainty, through nights that seemed endless. And yet here you stand steady, shining, unshaken. You've become proof that courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to move forward anyway. There's an image that mirrors your story perfectly, a lantern in the rain. The wind howls, the storm rises, but the light doesn't go out. It flickers. Maybe it bends, but it never dies. That's you. Even when your voice trembled, your faith held. Even when your knees weakened, your heart stayed upright. That's divine protection, not a shield that blocks all pain, but a flame that refuses to die inside it. You've begun to notice that courage feels different now. It isn't loud or boastful. It's quiet and certain. It's not about defeating the storm. It's about outlasting it. The strongest people are often the ones who simply keep standing when others have sat down. And you've stood, not by chance, but by design. Heaven keeps its promises, even when you can't see the path beneath your feet. You've learned that peace and courage are companions. Peace gives you stillness, courage gives you motion. Peace steadies your breath, courage moves your steps. And together, they carry you into tomorrow without fear. But there's something powerful about declaring that truth out loud, not because heaven needs to hear it, but because you do. Words carry spiritual weight. They seal what faith has already birthed. So right now, let your agreement rise, not as noise, but as acknowledgement. Type the number 888 inches the comments. This number carries deep spiritual meaning. It speaks of new beginnings, divine abundance, and infinite grace. It's the mark of renewal, the moment when old things lose their hold and new things are released. By writing it, you're declaring, "I am stepping into the season heaven prepared for me." No. The number 8 inches scripture symbolizes resurrection and new creation. It's the number of start again, of breaking old cycles and walking into higher peace. Repeated 3 times, it forms 880. 8, the sound of eternity's rhythm. It means heaven is multiplying what you've learned into what you're about to live. When you type 888, you're not seeking luck, you're agreeing with law. the divine law of renewal. You're saying, I accept new beginnings without fear. I accept the courage to move forward. I trust what God is unfolding. Oh, it's not superstition, it's synchronization. Heaven doesn't move because of numbers, it moves because of agreement. The number simply becomes your symbol of surrender, your marker of motion. You can almost feel the shift, even now, the inner stillness turning into readiness. The same peace that taught you patience is now teaching you propulsion. You've been waiting, learning, refining, but now, heaven says, it's time. Now, there's a new strength rising in you, a confidence that doesn't come from circumstances, but from connection. You don't need signs anymore. You are one. Your calm, your resilience, your quiet joy. They're all evidence that grace has done its work. When you whisper 888, you're not just declaring a number, you're reminding your soul that heaven finishes what it starts. You're aligning yourself again with divine continuity. You're stepping into the unbroken loop of peace and purpose that cannot fail. This declaration isn't about emotion, it's about recognition. You've been prepared for this moment through every storm, every silence, every season that seemed stagnant. Nothing was wasted. Everything was training. Heaven doesn't build in haste, it builds in layers. And you're standing in completion's early light. The old cycles are closing quietly. The doors that never opened don't haunt you anymore. The opportunities that slipped away no longer sting, because what's ahead isn't just new, it's right. It fits the shape of your growth, the timing of your transformation. When you rest tonight, let that number linger in your mind, 888. Let it hum like a melody beneath your breath. Let it remind you that endings are not endings at all. They're transitions disguised as pauses. You're not being delayed, you're being delivered into design. The future no longer intimidates you because you know who walks before it. And when morning comes again, you won't wake to uncertainty, you'll wake to confirmation. You'll feel heaven's nearness again. Steady, as always. Whispering the same truth it's whispered all along. You are covered. You are chosen. You are carried. Type it. Breathe it. Believe it. 888. This is your covenant of courage. Your seal of new beginnings. Your quiet, yes, to what's next. The morning arrives quietly, carrying the scent of renewal. You step into the day, not rushing this time, but walking with the calm awareness that everything around you is working in harmony with heaven's rhythm. The light seems softer, the air feels cleaner, even your thoughts move slower. Anchored in peace that doesn't fade with the dawn. You have become a living example of what divine protection produces when it's allowed to mature a steady heart, a patient mind, and a life that glows without trying to shine. The world still spins with its noise, but you've learned how to carry stillness within it. You've stopped reacting and started responding. You've stopped striving and started flowing. The scriptures remind us in the book of Psalms, chapter 37, verse 23, the Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in him. That single line tells your story. Every step that once felt uncertain was firm in heaven's eyes. Every stumble that once embarrassed you was part of your strengthening, even when your path twisted through fog. Divine protection was not lost. It was leading. What looked like wandering was actually choreography. Now, as you look back, you can see it. Nothing was wasted. Every delay was timing. Every detour was teaching. Every closed door redirected you to something sacred. The journey was never random. It was relationship in motion. And maybe that's why you're here, to not only walk this road, but to light it for others. You've been given something that the world desperately needs, a peace that stays, a faith that breathes, and a hope that does not break. You are proof that heaven still touches earth through ordinary hearts that keep saying yes. You don't need to preach to share light. Sometimes it's in the way you listen, the way you forgive, the way you stay kind, when it would be easier to harden. That's ministry without microphone. That's what it means to shine quietly. But here's something beautiful. Your quiet light can travel farther than you imagine. If this message has met you in a sacred way, tap like, not as a habit, but as an act of gratitude, a ripple that says, I feel this truth. Every click is like striking a small match in the dark, adding warmth to the collective glow of faith. Share this message the way sunlight spills through an open window naturally, without effort, without force. You don't know whose heart it might reach. Maybe someone is sitting where you once sat in uncertainty, in silence, in need of a reminder that heaven still covers them. Your simple act could become the confirmation they've prayed for. And if this space feels like home to your spirit, a place where your faith is nourished and your peace is renewed, subscribe. Not out of obligation, but as a quiet way of saying, I want to keep walking with this light. This community isn't about numbers. It's about nurturing souls who remember what stillness sounds like. Each time you like, share, or subscribe, think of it as planting light. Every seed of encouragement grows into a tree that gives shelter to someone else. You're not promoting a message, you're participating in a movement of peace. There's a story that mirrors this truth. A farmer once planted a single fig tree in an empty field. Years passed, and though many seasons brought wind and drought, he kept watering it. Eventually, birds began to nest in its branches. Then, more seeds dropped into the soil. And soon, an entire grove stood where there had once been one tree. That's what sharing truth does. It multiplies quietly, faithfully, beautifully. Your act of engagement, small as it seems, is part of that same divine ecosystem. The kingdom grows through consistency, not grandness. Heaven uses the faithful, not the famous. When you hit like, it's not just a gesture, it's agreement. When you share, it's not promotion, it's participation. When you subscribe, it's not commitment to content, it's communion with peace. These are not actions to please, they're responses to presence. Think of the ripples, each tap, each share. Each quiet yes extends light like threads in a tapestry. Somewhere, a soul finds rest because you decided to act. Somewhere, a weary heart lifts because your small motion sent peace in their direction. You've always carried that ability to be both receiver and messenger. You are the bridge between heaven's whisper and the world's noise. Every simple act of sincerity becomes a translation of grace, and heaven sees it. Heaven multiplies it. Heaven blesses it. You are part of a divine conversation that has no end. Love passed through words, shared through hands, echoed through hearts. The screen may separate us, but the Spirit unites us. What connects us isn't signal or sound. It's light, pure, consistent, alive. Even the smallest gesture echoes in eternity. Like a candle placed in a window during a storm, it tells the lost traveler, home is near. That's what your engagement becomes, a signpost for someone wandering through night. If you've ever felt unseen, remember this: heaven saw you first. And now, through you, it sees others. You're part of the great circulation of comfort. You've become the continuation of the peace you once prayed for. So tonight, as the stars return to the sky, think of each like, each share, each act of presence as a star of its own flickering, faithful, forming constellations of hope across the digital sky. The darkness never stood a chance against a collective of light. You've become one of those lights, steady, sincere, chosen. Thank you for standing in this flow of peace. Thank you for listening, for letting heaven meet you through these words. Your presence here is no small thing. It's evidence that divine protection continues to reach hearts through human hands. Keep walking. Keep shining. Keep spreading the light, not by force, but by faith. Because when peace finds one heart, it never stops there. It keeps moving through every willing soul that says, I am part of the light, and you are, always. Night folds around you once again, not as darkness, but as a gentle reminder that endings are just beginnings. Wearing quiet clothes, you no longer resist the night. You've come to see it as part of the rhythm of protection. The same God who paints the morning gold also drapes the evening in peace. Every dusk whispers the same message. Rest, for I still watch. Oh, you sit in that truth, letting it settle into your bones. The world may tire your body, but heaven steadies your soul. You've walked far through shadows and silence, and yet, not once were you unguarded. You might not have always felt divine protection, but you've lived beneath it every moment. It's the invisible boundary that kept you safe when logic said you wouldn't be. Now, you understand. The mystery protection isn't always visible defense. Sometimes it's invisible redirection. You wanted certain things, and heaven said no. Not out of cruelty, but care. Heaven doesn't withhold it, refines. What it delays is what it's perfecting. There's a verse that lives in your memory now, like a melody you hum without realizing. According to the writings in the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verse 24, when you lie down, you will not be afraid. When you lie down, your sleep will be sweet. Now, you used to wonder how that could be possible. How could sleep feel sweet when the world outside still trembled? But now you understand. Sweetness doesn't come from circumstances, it comes from certainty. You don't have to understand tomorrow to rest tonight. The one who holds the stars holds your steps too. You rest differently now. You no longer pray from panic but from peace. You no longer approach heaven as if knocking on a closed door. You walk in like a child coming home. Trust has become your second language, and peace is your native tongue. Each night now feels like communion. The closing of your eyes, the rhythm of your breath, the silent exhale of gratitude. You've stopped rehearsing fear before sleep. You rehearse faith instead. That's divine maturity, turning anxiety into awareness. There's a story heaven keeps reminding you of: a traveler walking through desert heat. The road stretched endlessly, and his water ran low. Just as he began to faint, he saw a shadow ahead, a single tree. Beneath it, shade and stillness. What looked like coincidence was coordination. What seemed like rescue was preparation. The tree had grown long before the traveler needed it. That's how heaven works. It plants your answers before you even form your questions. And tonight, heaven whispers to you again, not to rush, not to strive, but to rest in the knowing that you are already covered. Nothing about your life is random. Even detours carry divine fingerprints. Every delay, every disappointment has been part of a bigger design, an unseen map that's been guiding you to peace all along. You've learned to live unhurried, even in a hurried world. To pause before reacting, to breathe before worrying, to wait before deciding. That's what divine protection has done. It's not only guarded your life, it's trained your spirit. You can feel that transformation even in how you speak now. Your words carry calm. Your tone holds grace. You don't need to argue anymore because peace has made you persuasive in silence. You're no longer trying to be understood. You're trying to understand. That's the difference between striving and wisdom. When others see you now, they might not know your story, but they'll sense something, an atmosphere that moves with you. That's not pride, that's presence. Heaven's protection lingers like a scent around the ones who've endured well. You've become a carrier of stillness, a vessel of grace, a walking reminder that peace is possible even in chaos. And in this moment, as you sit in the hush of night, heaven extends another invitation, not one of striving, but of declaration. Comment below. Still covered. End of 4. Just 2 words. Simple yet sacred. Not a shout. Not a plea, just a statement of faith. By writing it, you're saying, even when I can't see it, I trust it. Even when I feel alone, I know I'm not. I am still covered. Long. Those words are like a seal on your spirit, a reminder to yourself and a proclamation to heaven. They declare that your protection was never seasonal, it's continual. The same covering that shielded your childhood is still hovering over your future. You might not always feel the covering, but faith isn't feeling, it's remembering. Still covered becomes your reminder that protection doesn't depend on awareness, it depends on covenant. Heaven keeps promises even when you forget them. And when you type those words, something shifts subtly inside you. Worry loses its grip. Fear softens its edges. The mind quiets. And peace becomes audible again. Because sometimes the act of declaring truth out loud helps the heart believe what it already knows. Those 2 words are your armor tonight. You don't have to fight for safety, you live from it. You don't have to prove your worth, you rest in it. The covering is not fragile, it's eternal. Imagine yourself beneath a great canopy of stars. That's what heaven's protection feels like, vast, steady, unbroken. You could wander anywhere under it, and it would still hold you. You could fail, cry, fall, or freeze, and still, it would not lift. That canopy isn't temporary, it's promise. The same God who spoke galaxies into order is the same God who guards your next breath. You are still covered, even in the pauses, even in the quiet, even when it feels like nothing is happening. So let that declaration echo softly as you close your eyes tonight. Whisper it if you must. Write it if you can. Feel it if you dare, still covered. Because you are, always have been, always will be. The air this morning feels like a quiet benediction, cool, still, full of unseen mercy. You wake not because of noise or routine, but because peace itself gently stirs you. There's no panic, not rush, just a calm awareness that life is being held together by hands greater than your own. The longer you walk with heaven, the more you understand that divine protection is not just a shield, it's a system. Everything, your timing, your encounters, your pauses, is part of its design. You no longer need proof to believe. You've lived too much of it. What once felt like coincidence now feels coordinated. Every interruption that once frustrated you now reveals its purpose. Heaven's protection has a pattern, and you can finally see it. It's the pattern of mercy woven through the days you thought were meaningless, the grace disguised inside delays, the provision hidden within loss. The Word of God reminds us in the first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 10, verse 13, God is faithful. He will not let you be tempted beyond what you can bear. But when you are tempted, He will also provide a way out so that you can endure it. Now, this verse doesn't mean that life will be painless. It means it will be purposeful. Every struggle comes with structure. Every challenge arrives with a built-in exit that aligns with endurance. Heaven never throws you into storms without preparing your sails. What once overwhelmed you now educates you. Each wave that tried to drown you has become a teacher in disguise. There's something profound about that kind of growth. You realize that divine protection isn't always about avoiding difficulty, it's about outlasting it with grace. It's not a rescue from reality, but a revelation within it. Heaven's shield doesn't block all arrows. Sometimes it redirects them to strengthen your armor. You can feel that truth in your bones now. The fragility you once hated has become your greatest strength. You've learned how to bend without breaking, how to pause without quitting, how to listen without losing faith. The person you are today could hold the hand of your younger self and whisper, "We made it." It's strange how the older wounds no longer sting. They simply remind you of where the light entered. You've stopped hiding your scars because you realize they carry testimony. You are not a record of what was lost. You are evidence of what survived. Heaven's protection didn't erase your history. It redeemed it. Every mistake turned into material for wisdom. Every heartbreak became scaffolding for compassion. You see now that divine protection was never about building walls. It was about building weight. The weight of character, the weight of discernment, the weight of endurance. Heaven invests in heaviness, not to burden you, but to balance you. A light heart can still carry depth when it's filled with divine gravity. When you move through the day now, everything feels more deliberate. The way you look at people, the way you choose words, the way you sit in silence, there's mindfulness in it. You no longer rush through conversations or treat time like an enemy. You've learned that slowness is holy. Heaven moves at the pace of peace. Even the world's chaos doesn't shake you the way it once did. You see fear for what it is, a shadow without substance. You've seen too much faithfulness to panic over temporary darkness. Shadows cannot exist without light, and you've become anchored in that light. There's an image that describes this beautifully, a mountain lake in early morning. The surface is still, mirroring everything around it. The water doesn't create the reflection, it receives it. That's how your soul feels now, calm enough to mirror heaven accurately. When your spirit rests, God's image becomes clear. That's what protection truly does. It steadies the waters of the heart so they can reflect divinity without distortion. You're beginning to understand that peace is not an achievement, it's inheritance. It was written into your identity long before the noise of the world tried to erase it. Every step back into peace is really a step back into yourself, the self heaven designed, not the one pain tried to shape. And with that understanding comes a new kind of humility. You don't need to be seen as strong anymore. You don't have to prove resilience. You no longer confuse visibility with value. You know that heaven celebrates unseen endurance, the quiet victories, the silent prayers, the small moments of faith that no one else witnessed. There's a purity to living this way. It's not that problems vanish, it's that perspective transforms them. The same storm that terrified you now reminds you of the wind that carried your prayers. The same fire that once burned now refines instead of destroys. You no longer ask, "Why me?" you ask, "What is heaven building through me?" You've learned to rest in questions without demanding answers. Trust has replaced the need for clarity. You've accepted that mystery is part of mercy. If heaven explained everything, faith would lose its strength. There's peace in not knowing, because you know who knows. As the day slows again, you can feel the same stillness that followed you in every chapter before. It's as if heaven never left, it just became Kita. Divine protection doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it just hums like background music. Constant, familiar, unending. That hum has become your heartbeat now. You walk to its rhythm without even trying. You've surrendered to the song of safety, the melody of mercy, the pulse of purpose. And when you lie down tonight, you'll realize something profound. You are not ending another day, you're continuing an unbroken conversation. Every breath, every moment of stillness, every act of trust is another word in that dialogue between your spirit and heaven. Protection never paused. Grace never stopped. Love never left. You rest tonight, not because the world is gentle, but because God is. Evening settles once again, wrapping the world in soft amber light. You sit quietly, watching how the sun gives itself away without protest, how it sinks behind the horizon, not as loss, but as offering. You see something divine in that rhythm, the willingness to release what must fade so that something new can rise. That's what your journey has taught you, to let go without fear. You've stopped holding things so tightly. The plans, the timelines, the explanations you once demanded, they no longer rule your peace. You've learned to trust what stays and to bless what leaves. You've come to understand that divine protection doesn't always mean keeping. Sometimes it means clearing. Heaven's mercy often comes dressed as endings. There's a verse that echoes that truth deep within you, as found in the book of Hebrews, chapter 13, verse 6. The Lord is my helper, I will not be afraid. What can mere mortals do to me? That promise is carved into your heart now. It doesn't shout, it simply stands. You read it not as a defense against the world, but as a declaration of inner freedom. When fear loses authority, pisga permanence. You no longer need to build fortresses of worry. Grace has already built one around you. You used to crave explanations for everything. Every delay, every disappointment felt like an error in the plan. But now you see how perfectly placed each moment has been. What looked like wandering was alignment in disguise. Heaven's timing has never been early or late. It has always been exact. You see it most clearly in hindsight. That opportunity that vanished at the last second, it saved you from exhaustion. That friendship that faded, it made room for peace. That season of stillness that felt like stagnation, It was the soil where new strength was rooting itself unseen. Divine protection, you've learned, is not just defense, it's discernment. It teaches you what to release and what to keep. It trains your heart to recognize the difference between delay and danger, between what's from God and what's only dressed like it. Heaven's covering doesn't only guard your life, it refines your choices. You walk differently now, and not just outwardly. Your steps carry discernment. You pause before speaking. You breathe before reacting. You listen before concluding. The same God who calmed storms now calms your impulses. That's what true protection feels like. It slows you down until wisdom can catch up. There's a story that mirrors this beautifully. A sculptor working on a marble block, day after day. He chips away pieces of stone that seem necessary to the untrained eye. Passers-by ask, "Why are you removing so much?" But the sculptor smiles and says, "I'm not removing, I'm revealing." That's what heaven has been doing in you, removing what was never you, so that the masterpiece could finally appear. At first, it felt like loss. You mistook pruning for punishment. But now you see that heaven doesn't take without intention. Every removal had a reason. Every cut was carving something clearer. You were not being diminished, you were being defined. That's why your peace feels so pure. Now it's not built on what's temporary. It's anchored in the eternal. You don't fear what leaves, because what remains was always meant to stay. You don't chase what's gone, because you trust what's coming. That kind of confidence can't be taught by words. It's only learned through walking. Even your relationship with pain has changed. You no longer call it enemy, you call it instructor. Pain has become a mirror that showed you where you needed healing. It pointed out what needed release. It clarified your devotion. The seasons that hurt you most are the same ones that taught you how to pray honestly. And prayer, oh, how it's changed. You used to plead for rescue. Now you simply converse. You don't rush to ask for things, you linger to listen. You've realized that silence can be sacred, and stillness can be an answer. The longer you walk with heaven, the more you recognize that the greatest revelations often come wrapped in quiet. Your faith has grown roots, now deep, unseen, steady. It doesn't sway with every wind of emotion. It doesn't depend on visible results. It stands because it knows who sustains it. You no longer need to see the outcome to trust the author. The older version of you might not even recognize this calm, but heaven does. It's the version it saw all along. The version formed through fire but not consumed by it. The version that walks softly but carries spiritual weight. You carry peace now like an heirloom, like something ancient passed from eternity's hands into yours. It's not loud or dramatic. It's quiet, stable, reliable, and that's what makes it powerful. The world is noisy, but peace like yours speaks in subtleties. As the last light fades, you feel it again, that gentle reminder that nothing has changed in heaven's posture toward you. The same protection that guided your first breath guards you still. Every tomorrow you'll meet is already surrounded by grace. You breathe in deeply, exhale slowly, and smile. The night holds no fear anymore. It's just another chapter of safety written in softer ink. You've learned to rest inside trust. And in that trust, you find freedom, not the kind that shouts, but the kind that stays. You don't have to do anything to keep it. You only have to remain aware of it. Divine protection has never depended on your perfection. It has always depended on His promise. And that promise still holds. The dawn returns. Not with fanfare, but with quiet promise. You wake before the world stirs. Watching the first line of light spill gently over the horizon, it feels familiar yet new, as if heaven paints the sky differently each morning, just to remind you that no two mercies are ever the same. You sit there, breathing in the stillness, realizing that divine protection has become so natural, so integrated into your being, that you no longer have to reach for it. It surrounds you like air. You used to pray for covering as though it could come and go. But now you see it was never distant. It was woven into the fabric of your existence. Protection was not an event that happened to you. It was the atmosphere you were born into. As declared in the book of 2 Samuel, chapter 22, verse 31, "As for God, His way is perfect. The Lord's word is flawless. He shields all who take refuge in Him." All that single verse feels like the summary of your journey. You've spent so many seasons learning that heaven's perfection is not about predictability, it's about precision. Every twist in your path, every unanswered prayer, every moment of confusion was part of flawless coordination. The shield you prayed for didn't always appear as you expected. Sometimes it looked like a closed door. Sometimes it sounded like silence. Sometimes it felt like loss. But now you see the pattern. Nothing that left you was meant to stay. And nothing that stayed was meant to harm you. Divine protection has sculpted you quietly. The way wind shapes stone, subtle, slow, but unmistakable. You didn't notice it at first. But over time, you became smoother, stronger, more defined. The rough edges of fear have worn down. The sharp corners of doubt have softened. The same storms that once threatened to destroy you have become the tools that refined your strength. You've also realized something tender. Heaven's protection is not sterile, it's intimate. It doesn't just guard your body, it guards your becoming. It doesn't just block what hurts, it filters what heals. It's the invisible hand that lets enough pressure form diamonds without letting you shatter. That balance is the miracle itself. You remember the nights when you thought protection meant escape. You prayed to be taken out of the valley, but heaven stayed with you in it instead. And now, looking back, you see why. The lessons you carry were not learned on the mountaintop. They were carved in the quiet soil of struggle. The protection wasn't about removing pain, it was about redeeming it. You see that redemption now, even in how you walk. There's steadiness in your step. Not because life has become easy, but because you've become anchored. You've stopped trying to forecast storms. You trust the shelter more than the sky. That's what maturity in faith looks like, not needing to predict, only needing to stay present. You've grown fluent in gratitude. You find yourself thanking God for what didn't happen just as much as for what did. You thank Him for delays that shielded you, for interruptions that rerouted you, for the peace that followed your surrender. Gratitude has become your posture. It keeps you aligned with heaven's rhythm. There's an image that often comes to mind now. A potter at the wheel. The clay spins. Water glistens. And strong hands shape what was once formless. Sometimes the pressure increases. Sometimes the potter presses harder, cutting away what doesn't belong. From the clay's perspective, it might feel like breaking, but to the potter, it's building. And when the vessel is finished, the same hands that shaped it place it carefully in the fire, not to destroy, but to seal. You are that vessel now formed, fired, and ready to hold what heaven pours next. Protection has brought you to this place of wholeness, not the kind of wholeness that means perfection, but the kind that means peace with imperfection. You've accepted that some questions will remain unanswered, and that's okay. You no longer measure faith by explanation, but by endurance. Heaven never asked for understanding, it asked for trust. And you have trusted, even when it didn't make sense, even when your prayers felt unanswered, even when silence stretched longer than you thought you could bear. That trust has become the soil from which everything else now grows. You've also learned the quiet joy of stability. It's not a dramatic emotion, it's a settled knowing. You don't wake dreading what's next. You wake expecting grace. You move through the day with a quiet authority that comes from peace, not pride. That authority doesn't shout, it simply exists, commanding calm wherever it goes. When you look back now, you realize you never really walked alone. The evidence was there in the timing, the redirections, the sudden peace that came when logic failed. The protection was never absent. It was just subtle enough to strengthen your sight. And now, as another day prepares to close, you recognize the sacred repetition in it all. Morning light, evening, calm each day, a reminder that heaven's rhythm never wavers. You are not at the mercy of life, you are carried by design. You rest tonight, not with relief, but with reverence. You've seen enough to know that the covering never lifts, that grace doesn't run out, and that protection isn't something you outgrow, it's something you grow deeper into. Tomorrow will come, as it always does, but the difference is clear. You no longer brace yourself for what might go wrong. You prepare your heart for what heaven will continue to make right. You are not the same as when this journey began. You are lighter, deeper, quieter, stronger. You are no longer trying to become protected. You've become proof that protection exists. And as you close your eyes tonight, you whisper without effort, "It's all still working." Because it is, and it always will be. The final night arrives quietly, like a soft exhale after a long journey. The sky is deep and still, painted with endless stars that seem to pulse with memory. You sit beneath that sky, no longer searching for signs, no longer straining for meaning. You simply are, and that, perhaps, is the truest evidence of divine protection, that peace has become your default. You have walked through valleys, through waiting, through nights that stretched too long. You faced confusion, silence, and surrender. Yet through it all, something constant remained, the invisible thread of grace that never snapped, never loosened, never lost you. The same hand that began your story has written every line with precision, even the ones you once wanted to erase. You can feel it tonight. This isn't just the end of a chapter. It's the fulfillment of a cycle. The lessons have settled. The heart has healed, and the soul has finally exhaled. The storms that once terrified you have become familiar companions. You no longer ask, "Why the storm?" You ask, "What is it shaping?" The Word of God declares in the book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 8, "I have set before you an open door that no one can shut. I know that you have little strength, yet you have kept my word and have not denied my name." You read those words differently now. Once, they sounded like a promise for the future. Tonight, they feel like confirmation of the present. The open door is not only opportunity, it's awareness. Heaven has already positioned you for the next thing. The battles you fought were not wasted effort, they were keys cut in fire. Unlocking gates you couldn't see. You've come to understand that divine protection is not just about safety, it's about sequence. Heaven has been arranging your steps, aligning moments, weaving people and seasons into a tapestry too intricate for human explanation. The places where you thought the thread broke were actually points of transition. The fabric was not torn, it was being expanded. Looking back, you can trace the invisible architecture of mercy, how every loss made room for clarity, how every silence became soil for deeper faith, how every closed door prepared you for a better threshold. It's not that pain disappeared, it's that purpose was revealed inside it. You no longer see your scars as evidence of battle, you see them as coordinates, marking every place grace found you. Each one tells a story of preservation. You're still here, and that's no small miracle. There's an image that captures this season perfectly. A tree standing at the edge of winter. Its branches are bare, its leaves long gone. But beneath the soil, life hums. Roots drink in unseen strength. The world may see stillness, but heaven says preparation. That's what this final season has been, a quiet strengthening beneath the surface. You are not empty, you are ready. The stillness that surrounds you isn't stagnation, it's sacred pause before the next unfolding. Heaven is never hurried, because what it builds must last beyond time. And that's the secret you now hold. Divine protection isn't a wall around you, it's a way within you. It doesn't just guard your life, it reshapes your perception until peace becomes instinct. You no longer chase it, you carry it, wherever you go next. That peace will precede you like a soft wind through the trees, announcing the arrival of someone who walks with heaven's rhythm. You've learned to live unguarded, yet unshaken, to move without needing approval, to stand without needing explanation. That's what happens when you've seen too much faithfulness to ever doubt again. The world will still move with its noise, its chaos, its shadows, but you've been trained in quiet. You know how to hear truth in silence. You know how to sense protection in stillness. You know how to find light even when eyes can't see it. There's a humility that comes with this awareness. You no longer need to claim strength, you simply live it. You no longer need to prove your worth, you rest in it. What once felt like striving has become surrender. What once required effort now flows naturally, like breath. And you realize something profound. Divine protection was never about avoiding difficulty, it was about awakening destiny. You weren't preserved from the storm. You were preserved through it so you could carry peace into places that have forgotten what it feels like. You've been kept not just to survive, but to serve. So, you sit in this final, quiet moment. The night calm and holy. You look up once more at the stars, the same stars that watched you weep, that watched you wait, that now watch you rest. They have witnessed the transformation. You are no longer the one begging for protection, you are the one embodying it. The light inside you no longer flickers, it glows with purpose. The shadows no longer scare you, they remind you where light begins. The road ahead no longer intimidates you, it invites you. You know now that every breath you take is guarded, every step is guided, and every tomorrow already holds grace waiting for your arrival. The night closes gently, but your story does not. Protection doesn't end, it continues. Endlessly, like heartbeat and horizon. And as the stars hum softly above, a truth rises quietly within you. You are not at the end. You are at the beginning of something beautifully secure. The silence lingers, but it no longer feels empty. It feels complete. You've reached the place where peace and purpose intertwine, where waiting turns into walking, and fear finally bows to faith. This is not goodbye. This is continuation, divine protection flowing forward, steady as breath, surely as down. So here you are at the closing of this long, sacred journey. 30 chapters of awakening, 30 waves of reflection, and now a stillness that feels both full and freeing. You've walked through fire and silence, through surrender and revelation, and every moment has carried the same gentle thread, divine protection guiding you home to peace. This is not the end. It's a doorway, the kind that doesn't slam shut but opens wider, inviting you to step into the continuation of what heaven started in you. Everything you've read, every word that stirred something deep, was not just a message, it was a mirror. It was heaven saying, "This is you. This is who I made you to be." You are not leaving this moment empty-handed. You carry with you new eyes that see purpose where there used to be confusion, and new calm that stays, even when the world moves too fast. You've become aware of something precious. Peace is not something you chase, it's something you cultivate. And now, that same peace that met you through these words will continue to follow you into every conversation, every decision, every tomorrow. You are not walking away, you're walking further in. Take a moment, right here, to breathe and recognize how far you've come. You didn't stumble into this message by accident. You were drawn by design. Heaven always knows how to find the hearts that are ready. If these words have touched you, tap like, embling, not because it's a ritual, but as a quiet acknowledgement of resonance, a small flame lifted to say, "I recognize this truth. I'm part of this peace." Embling, share this message if it has rested in your spirit like a steady heartbeat. Somewhere, someone is waiting for a reminder, just like the one that found you. A single act of sharing can turn this moment of peace into a ripple that travels across unseen places, reaching hearts you may never meet. And if you've felt at home here, if these messages have become a space where you breathe deeper, think softer, and believe stronger, subscribe, not to follow, but to stay connected to a flow of words that remind you of who you really are. Let this space remain your quiet corner of calm in a world that forgets to pause. Finally, before you go, let your heart speak once more. Leave a comment, just a few honest words. Maybe something as simple as, "Peace found me," or "Still standing," not for attention, but for agreement. Every written word becomes part of a collective prayer, a chorus of gratitude rising from every soul that's been touched. This is how light multiplies. One like, one share, one word at a time, small gestures, yet each carries the weight of eternity. Together, they form a living network of hope, humans becoming reminders to one another that heaven is still near. You've reached the end of this message, but not the end of meaning. The same covering that began this journey still surrounds you now. Let the peace stay. Let it stretch through your days like sunlight across open fields. And when life grows loud again, as it surely will return here, to this stillness, to these words, to the truth that divine protection doesn't fade. When the story ends, it flows into whatever comes next. Thank you for walking this path with openness and heart. You didn't just read, you received. You didn't just listen, you allowed. And that's what makes you different. You don't just hear truth, you become it. You are covered. You are called. You are continuing. Like, share, subscribe, and let your words in the comments echo the peace you've found. Because this light was never meant to stop with you, it was meant to start from you.